Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have 2 evidentiary hearings to try and establish a temporary parenting plan and for an extension of a TRO with a couple where mom is accused of leaving the kids with dad to set up house with her new felon boyfriend with whom she's been partying. In return, she accuses dad of stealing $10,000 from their co-owned hair salon, which is the same salon mom hired her boyfriend to work at. Let's see what the judge thinks.
I'll see you after lunch. Yeah. All right, we're ready on Valdez. Right.
Your Honor, if I may, the only things that I have on the docket is, like I said earlier, the motion for a temporary parenting plan and then the extension of TRO. I have not seen Mr. Hawley. I know Mr. Hawley filed an ex parte request for a TRO. I have no idea whether that's been granted or
He had
denied.
filed a request for an ex parte restraining order, or at least a request for a restraining order that was declined by Judge Lockhart Nash on September the 19th. So beyond that, if you need to obtain a copy of it, I don't know.
That's fine, Your Honor. I just had no idea whether or not it was entered or denied.
It was Judge Lockhart Nash who issued the original, in this case, declined to sign it. But we are ready. If you're ready to proceed on your motion to adopt the parenting plan, and we'll go from there.
Can I address the court?
Yes.
Yeah, briefly, we're still filing as far as the retention of the restraining order. We're objecting to that. So that would be on the docket as well as the parenting plan.
Yeah, that's what she said. It was the extension of the restraining order as well as the parenting plan. All right. Please, you may call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to call my client, Ms. Valdez, to the stand.
Valdez, if you'll come around, please, and I need you to raise your right hand and be placed under oath. Around here.
Right here, Your Honor.
Judge, if I may, we're going to waive opening. The only other thing, I've got a motion for exclusive possession of the marital residence. That's on the docket for today as well.
That's fine.
Leave that in there.
Ms. Valdez, you can move that base of that microphone towards you if you need to scoot back a little bit, whatever makes you comfortable. All right, thank you. Please, you may ask.
Good morning, Ms. Valdez. Could you please state your full name for the court
Leah Marie Valdez.
and your husband's full name for the court?
Vincent Russell Valdez.
Ms. Valdez, how many minor children do you have together?
We have 3.
And when did you leave the marital residence?
I left the marital residence, I want to say it was August 5th. I know it's in writing. I'm just cloudy on when that exact date is.
Thank you. Can you tell the court why you left the marital residence?
I left the marital residence for my own safety. I was having a discussion with Vincent about how unhappy in the marriage I was. I did not use the word separation or divorce, but I was letting him know just how unhappy I was. And he told me that if I was not going to fight for our marriage, that I had 1 hour to pack and leave. At that point, he left the residence to go pick up pizza for the kids. And he said, and I quote, "You better be gone by the time I get back." I was fearful in my own home. And so for the safety of myself, I packed a bag and I left. I was not too sure when I was going to come back. And so I left that night and came back Sunday and served him with divorce papers.
And where are you residing currently?
I rented a home in Kingston Springs at 3.
Can you tell the court a little bit about what the parenting arrangement has looked like since you left the marital residence?
There have been no hard set days. We planned on that, but because of both of our schedules, it fluctuates and varies based off appointments, work, personal activities. So roughly right now, the kids are spending 3 days with me, 4 days with him, or 4 days with me, 3 days with him, depending on how the week varies.
Do you have the capability to do a shared parenting schedule as to 50-50?
Yes, we do. Subject to his work schedule when he travels, because he's a sales rep, and subject to my work schedule if a special event pops up with the businesses that I own.
Yes, ma'am. And since this arrangement, have you had any major issues between both of you regarding the children?
Not that I know of, no.
And Ms. Valdez, do you have any history of drug abuse whatsoever?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay, and do you currently associate with anybody who is currently using drugs?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. And during your parenting time, have your minor children ever been harmed?
No, ma'am.
Bear with me 1 second, Your Honor. And Ms. Valdez, can you tell the court what your gross monthly income looks like?
It varies, but on average, I would say modestly, we're looking at $5,000 to $5,500.
And where does that income come from?
My first business I own is DeValley Commercial Cleaning Service, and that grosses about $2,000 a month. And then the second business that I co-own with my husband is Giggles and Glam Kids Salon. And the profits on that fluctuate month to month, but on average, about $3,500 a month.
Thank you. And what can you tell me about your husband's income?
He is on salary, and so he has a fixed monthly income. And up until 3 to 6 months ago, he was also acquiring bi-yearly, so twice a year bonuses. But I believe that his employer has removed those.
Thank you. And Ms. Valdez, do you think that it is in the best interest of your minor children to maximize their time with both parents?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
And so are you asking the court to adopt the temporary parenting plan we have submitted that shows 50-50?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
All right, Your Honor, I have nothing further as far as the temporary parenting plan goes.
All right. You wish to, are there any other issues that you want to address, or do you want to wait and address any of those issues that Mr. Holly is raising? You also had, I believe, a motion for the extension of the injunction. You want to address that with her now?
Yes, Your Honor, that'd be great. Ms. Valdez, we filed a motion for a ex parte restraining order. To your knowledge, has that restraining order been served on your husband?
Yes, ma'am, it has.
And what did that restraining order tell him to do?
It told him to return the $10,000 that he, to me, unknowingly withdrew from our business account. And I believe that was it, correct?
Has he put the full amount of the funds as ordered by the court back into that account?
No, ma'am. He has returned half, $5,000, but he has yet to return the other $5,000.
And have there been any consequences of him not returning the other $5,000?
Yes, I was not able to pay my employees or my payroll taxes until I was able to secure a $5,000 loan from a family member.
Thank you. And has your husband, you stated earlier that your husband was a co-owner of Giggles and Clams with you. What has his extent been in business involvement?
He has come 3 times to the store to bring me iced coffee. He is not involved. He does not know how to run payroll, schedule, order product. He doesn't even know the code to the back door to get into the store. I run that business solely.
So when is it status quo for him to make a $10,000 withdrawal from that business account?
Absolutely not. He makes 1 withdrawal a month prior to our separation, and that was at my discretion after I run our profit and loss statement by the 5th of every month for the prior month. And I would tell him via text, this is the amount of money you are approved to withdraw from this business account. This is our profit from the prior month.
And do you have any history of not paying your employees?
No, ma'am, and every single one of my employees can attest to that.
Do you have any history of misappropriating any business funds?
No, ma'am. I will say last month, which we've discussed, there was a hotel room that I used my business credit card for because I did not have my personal credit card at the time. But my associate, Chris Draper, has paid $50 back into the business account for that, splitting the hotel room costs. And I'm more than willing to pay the other $50 in restitution.
Can you tell the court what approximately that amount was?
It was $105 to La Quinta Inn, I believe.
And are you capable of putting that money back
Yes,
into the
ma'am.
account?
I can do it today.
Are you willing to provide your husband with an accounting of business expenditures going forward?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay. And are you asking the court that this mandatory injunction and restraining order stay in effect so that you can properly operate your business?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Holly?
Ms. Valdez. You're talking about you left for your own safety from the marital residence. You're having an affair, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you admitted to having the affair to Mr. Valdez after it happened. You have to say yes or no
Yes,
to
sir.
the court reporter, okay? And, before that, this summer, you guys were husband and wife. You took a trip or two, day trip with the kids, did the husband and wife thing. Is that accurate?
Regular family things, yes, sir.
Yeah. When you left the house, you said that, he gave you an hour to get out and then you left for your own safety.
Yes, sir.
And you returned
Sunday,
the next day, right?
2 days later.
2 days later, and you stayed at the house for a week.
After I served him those divorce papers, I said, I'm willing to cohabitate with you while we function through the separation and divorce.
And it wasn't an issue of your safety at that point then, was it?
I left a week later because I did not feel safe anymore because of his volatile emotional state.
When you left that night, you said you left for your own safety. When you initially left, said you had an hour, to get out and all that. Where'd you go that night?
I got a hotel room in Gallatin, Tennessee.
In Gallatin, and you stayed there with your boyfriend?
Yes, he met me there.
Yeah.
And that's when we consummated our relationship, was that night.
I'm sorry?
That's when we consummated our relationship, was that night.
Okay, so you had sexual relations with him that night
Yes, sir.
and that weekend and came back to Mr. Valdez on Sunday, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the name of the person you're having an affair with is whom?
Christopher Draper.
Christopher Draper. And how did you meet Mr. Draper?
I met him through Facebook Marketplace when I was selling a salon chair from Giggles and Glam.
Okay. And
That was July 17th.
you talked about, going to the motel room with Mr. Draper. How did you pay for that?
I paid for that with my own personal Kroger credit card.
Okay, and you didn't put that on the business card,
No, sir, I did not.
and you're sure about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he actually paid you back for half of it, correct?
The hotel that you're referring to, you're mistaken. It was for a later date, for La Quinta Inn, not the hotel that was from that Friday night.
I'm sorry, I got confused. So La Quinta Inn, then you stayed there with your boyfriend and you put that on the business credit card, correct?
Yes, because I left my personal credit card at home mistakenly.
And then your boyfriend paid you back for half of it, correct?
Half of it, yes.
But in your half of it, well, let me back up a minute. Giggles and Glam is a jointly owned business between you and Mr. Valdez, correct?
Yes, it is on paper.
Yeah, well, it is, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And he helped start the business. Y'all used some of the funds of the marriage to help get the business started, like most folks that start a business.
You are mistaken when it comes to he helped start the business. I vetted this business. They were a personal client of mine. I did all the legwork, paperwork, legal work, and red tape work to acquire this business. And he can attest to that through various Facebook posts that he has made about me a year ago.
Is there any marital funds that went into the business initially?
There was a small amount of savings that went into a down payment.
Right. So it's fair to say then, at least your half of the motel room that night was part of Mr. Valdez's, part of the business when you used that card, correct?
Yes,
And he paid for you to go have sex with your boyfriend and your affair.
amounting to around $52, yes, sir.
So how long have you been seeing Mr. Draper?
I have been in communication with him since July 17th, and we consummated our relationship and made it official the night that I left my residence. And I believe that was August 5th, but I would have to clarify that.
Yeah. And Mr. Valdez is going to testify that out of 33 days, I believe it was when I added it up, I didn't add in this last week, and we'll get to it. But from like August the 12th, I believe is about when you left. Is that pretty close?
Left to go get a rental home, you're saying?
No,
Or
left
the
the
night he
marriage.
kicked me out?
Yeah, that night that you left. When was that?
I would have to check back through my text messages because I was texting some personal friends about what was going on and how unsafe I felt to confirm that date.
Okay, well, from August 12th to basically this September 18th date that we've got here, he's going to testify that 26 of those 33 days, the kids were with him. Is that accurate?
The kids were with him for a substantial amount of time in the beginning because I was setting up the home. I had to buy furniture. I did not want to traumatize the children by bringing them into a new home, separated from their father prematurely. But since I have set up a safe, clean, and capable home, the kids have been with me on a regular basis.
How long has that been? Sorry, I'm trying to connect something.
How long has it been since I moved in?
How long has it been since you've been in a safe and stable home?
Since I moved in, I believe August 18th is when I signed the lease and moved in.
Well, that doesn't track with what Mr. Valdez is going to say, and I'm asking you if this is accurate. He's going to testify from this August 12th to around the September 18th date, which is about 33 days, that the kids were with him 26 of those 33 days.
I believe that is grossly inaccurate. The kids were not with me initially after I moved out to go get my rental property at 318 Maple Street for probably the first 10 to 14 days because I needed to furnish it. I needed to get everything prepared so it was a comfortable environment for them. What he's also failing to disclose is that I came over to the residence every day to cook, clean, and prepare a home for him and the children to provide the children a sense of normalcy. That is what he's failing to disclose. And I would leave in the evening time to go back to my home.
Okay. How did the kids take the separation and you taking them off to your place?
The kids personally, once they arrived at my residence, were elated. We had toys that my mother had purchased for them there. There were new beds, new furniture, new clothes, food that they normally were not allowed to eat at my ex-husband's house. They were elated to be there. In fact, that night I have it on video, them dancing around to music about how excited they were.
I want to show you a video and ask you if you recognize this video coming from your doorbell.
It's gonna
No, Daddy, I don't want to be like this.
it's gonna be okay.
No, Daddy, I don't want to be like this. No. No. I don't want to be like this.
Daddy will walk you to the car.
No, I don't want to be like this.
So is it fair to say that your son was taking that kind of rough?
Yes, I need to provide some context to that video.
Well, that's a yes or no question. It's fair to
Yes,
say
he
that
was taking it very rough.
Your boyfriend, he works at your business now, correct? You've given him a job.
Yes, sir, he's a master barber at the salon.
He's a master barber at the salon. And has that caused any conflicts with your employees at all?
It had, not my affair with him, but him being employed there has caused issues with two employees that are no longer employed there. They had personal grievances to his personality. But before we go into that, I would like to shed some
Well, you
context onto that
understand
video.
that, well, you have an opportunity to do that with your lawyer. Now, with your current employees, though, fair to say they've quit, you fired?
One was
because of the
terminated,
problems
one
with
quit.
Christopher Draper, correct?
Because their personal, one was terminated not because of Christopher Draper, one quit because of their personal grievances with personality with Christopher Draper.
Was it personality, or was it the fact that you guys are, basically fooling around in the office and they don't like seeing that?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever fooled around at the office, in this business, your joint business? Have you ever fooled around at the office with Mr. Draper?
No, sir, I have not.
I'll show you, there's two videos here, and I want to ask you if you recognize this. No sound. Now, is this your back storage room at the office?
Yes, it is.
And that's Mr. Draper, I take it?
Yes, it is.
And he's here today, correct?
Yes, he is.
This says Sunday, but that's one of the days that y'all are open, one of your busy days, is it not?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I'm going to ask you if you recognize this video as well. That's your back storage room and you and Mr. Draper.
Yes, that's correct.
But you're out of sight of your employees, so they're not seeing any of this, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
This is the time technically he should be out there cutting hair, correct?
He was in between appointments, Your Honor.
No. Who is this coming in here to say you got a phone call?
That is Marissa Wallace. She's one of my receptionists.
Okay. So, I mean, your people do see that.
See me giving a hug, I would hardly call that fooling around.
So what we've displayed here today, you would not technically call fooling around.
The hug that my employee witnessed, I would not call fooling around. The kissing from the prior video, yes, I guess you could technically label that as fooling around.
Well, it's fair to say you recognize two of your employees here today, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And if they testified they actually saw this and other things, would you deny that?
I know who was on shift that particular day, and Jessica was not on shift, and Kennedy was in the middle of an appointment. So I don't see how they could have witnessed anything in that video besides Marissa Wallace, who was the receptionist that came in.
Do you think your employees talk about everything that goes on there?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, they do.
Okay. So we've talked about you spending money for your boyfriend at the motel, the business funds for your boyfriend at the motel. Have you spent any other business funds with your boyfriend?
There was one purchase as a gag gift for our joint friend for his birthday, which Christopher Draper has paid back in full to me, to the business account. I use the business account because it is tied to an Amazon account, and that was for a gag gift, which is called a pocket pussy. But it was a gag gift. It was not for our quote-unquote illicit affair, and Christopher Draper has paid that back in full within 12 hours of the purchase.
Well, if I may ask, how many of these pocket Ps have you given to your other employees as a gag gift?
It was, you misunderstand, you misheard. It was not to an employee. It was to a mutual friend for his birthday as a gag gift.
All right. What about, is there anything else? You see the banner up there. Did you buy him a banner?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so now we've got this. What did you buy with him for your business funds here from Fast Signs?
It is for the barber shop he is starting called Drip Fades.
Okay, and this is a picture of the banner that you got, correct?
Yes, sir.
Drip Fades, Love is King. This is still a child barbershop type thing, or is it a
No, this is
regular-
well, he does service children, but this is an adult salon, an adult barber shop.
All right, and you're helping him get started with that,
Yes, I am.
and you're using your business funds and Mr. Valdez apparently to do that?
No, I believe I purchased this with my personal credit card.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Valdez show that. Do you believe or are you certain?
I believe.
So you're not certain?
Well, quite frankly, you have me second guessing myself based off the amount of evidence that you're bringing up on the screen.
Well, I understand that does have a tendency to make people second guess themselves. Why would that make you second guess yourself?
I think it's natural to be a little bit nervous when being attacked, and my personal information that I have no idea how Vince has come upon unless he's hacking my computer or my emails. Of course, it makes me a little bit
it's
nervous.
Okay to lie as long as you don't get caught, is that what you're saying?
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying.
Have you referred business to Mr. Valdez? Have you referred business to Mr. Draper, I'm sure?
If we could not take in clients, yes, I have referred them to what I call our associate barber, as he has referred business to me.
So as far as the making out and the business funds being spent on Mr. Draper, do you think that's good for the business that you and Mr. Valdez have?
I think as long as it does not damage the clients, the employees, or the revenue of the business, I think that it is irrelevant if I kiss my boyfriend in the back room.
Okay. Well, you understand you got two employees here that are no longer your employees, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they're going to testify it was a problem. You understand that?
Yes, sir, I do. I also have double the amount of employees that will attest that it's not a problem for Christopher Draper to be there.
Did you go on a trip with your boyfriend this last week?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where'd y'all go?
We went to Morgantown, North Carolina, as I was running a 18K.
How long did y'all stay there?
We were there about 48 hours.
Okay. How did you pay for that?
With my personal credit card
How are you going to pay that off?
from my own personal income.
From Giggles and Glam?
Giggles and Glam and Valley Cleaning Service, yes, sir.
All right. So in a roundabout way, Mr. Valdez is paying for your trip with your boyfriend.
In a roundabout way, I guess you could say that he is.
All right. So you've taken other trips with your boyfriend, quite a few, correct?
The only other trip I can think of was, no, we have not taken any long trips. We've driven within an hour of my residence to go hiking or to go camping. But I wouldn't call those trips necessarily.
You do that rather frequently. How many of those have you taken?
We went hiking for 3 hours. It was a day trip. We left at 10 a.m. We were back home by 3 or 4 p.m. That was about 4 or 5 weeks ago. And then on a Thursday night, I believe, September 7th, we went on a 18-hour camping trip to a state park in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Okay. And all these times and others are going to be the times that, would you agree with me, Mr. Valdez is going to say that you asked him to keep the kids?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So you'd rather be with your boyfriend then than be with your children?
The hiking trip was when the kids were in school and
But he kept them.
the
He kept them at night and did that kind of thing, correct?
So the hiking trip that we took, that was 4 or 5 weeks ago, if I remember correctly, the residence that I had rented was not prepared yet for the kids. So the kids, yes, were in his care. And then the 18-hour camping trip we went on was September 7th. That was a Thursday. And that was technically one of the nights that the kids were scheduled to be with Vince.
As you talked about, you're alleging it's been like a 4-3, 3-4 type relationship. Mr. Valdez is going to say differently. I told you that.
Can you explain what you mean, a 3-4? What was that?
Well, I thought you were talking about, it was your testimony. I thought if I missed it, you're talking about 4 days with one, 3 days with the other. The next week it's 4 days with the one that got 3 days, and then kind of rotate that. That's what you were testifying to, correct?
Yeah, that's what we have had planned, but it
What
has
you had
fluctuate week to week. That's what I've said.
Fluctuated quite a bit, correct?
Yes, that's
Why
true.
not take these trips on the time that it's not your time with the children? I mean, why don't you arrange your
Because
trip with
I
your
work
boyfriend, even
evenings
at least
with the
around
Valley
that?
Cleaning Service, and Vincent has expressed interest that he wants the kids with him as much as possible because he does not think they're safe in my care. And I
If you're
work
leaving the
evening.
kids- If you're leaving the kids with him like that, do you think they're safe in your care?
Of course, they're safe in my care. Of
Your
course they are.
boyfriend's a convicted felon, correct?
Yes, he is a felon.
And I've looked at his record. I mean, there's thefts and drug charges and things like that, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And quite a checkered past of felonies and rehabs, correct?
Yes, sir, you're correct.
Can you understand why Mr. Valdez would have concerns about the kids being around your boyfriend?
Naively, yes.
Have you given Mr. Valdez any other significant have you given Mr. Draper any other significant monies?
Personal funds, yes.
And how much and what for?
So with the commute back and forth with our relationship, he failed to qualify for a personal loan for a motorcycle. And so out of a personal credit card, I funded him roughly $3,500, which he's making monthly payments to me personally for that motorcycle, just so he doesn't have to spend money on gas quite as much to come see me and to travel to and you know what I'm trying to say, to and from work.
Is he not living with you?
He does stay at my residence from time to time, yes, sir.
I've got Facebook posts where he called it home.
Yes, he sees it as home, very much so.
He's living with you.
Yes, he is living with me.
All right. So what kind of motorcycle did he get with your funds?
I believe it was a Kawasaki.
So I want to show you a couple of PayPals and ask you if you recognize this. Will you send yourself, Christopher Wilden, at this point? He goes by a couple of different names, correct?
His legal name is Wilden, yes, sir. But
Wilden.
he goes by Christopher Draper.
All right. So, Mr. Wilden, you sent him $1,250 here, is that correct?
There were 3 or 4 different payments on PayPal for my own personal
I'm
money.
going to take them one by one. So this was $1,250 you sent to Mr. Wilden, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was on September 13th, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And that was after you left.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, can you read what your note was?
It says, "I love you so fucking much."
And your testimony is that was for a motorcycle.
Yes, it was.
And here's where you sent $1,000 to your boyfriend, Mr. Wilden, the same day. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And what's your message there for him?
Vroom, vroom.
And that's for the motorcycle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And here's another $1,000 for the same day. And what did you put in the notation for it?
Round 2
And again, this was money you sent to Christopher Wilden.
for the
Correct.
motorcycle.
And then here's a Venmo where you paid $500 the day before, September 12th. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. That was the deposit for the motorcycle.
For the motorcycle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much was the motorcycle?
I believe it was $3,750.
Oh, you pretty well paid for the whole motorcycle, didn't you?
He's making monthly payments to me.
Is this
To
why
pay
you
me
need-
back.
Is this why you need that $10,000 to make sure you got plenty of money for your boyfriend and all of that?
No, sir.
That $5,000 that you got back from the business initially, is your testimony that none of that money would be traced to this?
None of that will be traced to this.
Where'd you come up with the $3,750 then?
This was a PayPal credit card that I qualified for about 5 weeks back, totaling, I believe it was $6,700.
Here's where you're paying him $20 for a referral.
He's paying me $20 for a referral. Any client that we could not take into Giggles, meaning we were too booked, instead of them going to Great Clips, Sports Clips, or something like that, I would refer them to Christopher Draper, and he would send me a referral reward from his own personal money as a thank you. He has also sent me a handful of clients as well.
Why did you not have time to give someone a haircut on August the 26th then?
Because
Or
we were
before
fully
that?
booked, sir.
He paid you $45, and this is noted as what?
Payback for the hotel. That's the hotel in question, the La Quinta Inn.
Half of it.
Roughly, yes. It was $89 plus tax.
And he paid you $20 here, and that was for,
The gag gift. And then he also, you'll see further down, if you have it on record, provided by Vincent Valdez, another $20 that he paid me.
and this was a gag gift, you said, for him?
Yes, to our friend Noel. He had just gotten dumped by his girlfriend and was lonely, and we thought it'd be hilarious to get him a sex toy.
How much was the toy?
$39.99 on Amazon plus tax.
You paid him $89.75, and that's for him working on a Sunday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we already went over this one. So would you categorize this as a lot of money that you've given to Mr. Wilder?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, what is his criminal history?
It is varied. There is a lot of petty stuff on record for him in Indiana and Tennessee. He does have a felonious charge that he served time for what I believe was identity theft. He, at the time of his incarceration, was granted the privilege of going into drug court, which is very rare, where he got clean from his addiction. He has now been clean for 5 years and has been released from jail, I want to say 3 years now, 3.5 years he's been out.
What petty stuff then? Let me ask you that. What's the petty stuff on his record that you know of?
I mean, the last time I looked at it was 8 weeks ago when I ran a background check after we first met. I mean, it's everything from, goodness, forgive me, I don't know the right legal wordage for it. When you talk back to an officer, when you're not cooperating with them, speeding tickets. I believe there was also a past due license he was driving with. There's also petty theft, little things like that.
Well, I know you call them little things, but you know,
They're not felonious, so let's clarify. There was one felony charge on him.
Okay. You call them little things. Mr. Valdez is very concerned about his children being around this character. You understand that part?
I do understand
And
that.
you've had your children around him, correct? He's met your children.
He has met my 2-year-old Sage after I take Sage to the therapy appointments that I have scheduled myself that my husband failed to do.
And that's the only one that he's been around?
Yes, sir, for no more than 5 minutes at a time.
You have plans to let him be around your children though, correct?
In the future, yes, I do.
Do you drink?
I do, yes, sir.
All right. And you've had drinks with him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wilden being him.
Wilden, yes,
Wilden,
sir.
yes. And how many times have you drank with Mr. Wilden?
We drink in the evenings anytime we're together to relax and unwind like any adult would.
Okay. And you talk about that's every evening y'all are together? That's what I'm hearing?
About 6 nights a week, yes, sir, we're together.
Okay. And how much do you drink every night?
Personally, for me, I probably have 2 Coronas or 2 glasses of Chardonnay.
How many does he have?
He probably has 2 or 3 Coronas.
All right. Well, I mean, you understand somebody that's been in rehab that's got a drug addiction shouldn't be enticing themselves with alcohol.
I believe that NA does follow those guidelines, yes, of complete 100% sobriety.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your answer to that?
I said, I do believe that NA, which is Narcotics Anonymous, does adhere to the philosophy that someone in recovery should adhere to 100% sobriety.
Should what?
Adhere to 100% sobriety.
Okay. And he's not been doing that if he's drinking alcohol, correct?
Factually, yes, that's true.
And again, you think that's okay to have around the children at some point?
I think that alcohol is okay to have around children. I fail to see the point you're trying to make. The philosophy that NA holds is one of a personal choice. It is not mandated.
I want to show you some Facebook posts here on the screen and ask you, first of all, do you recognize this as one of your Facebook posts?
Yes, sir.
And that's you and Mr. Wilden, correct?
Yes, sir.
What does lock and key mean?
It's our pet names for each other. I'm the lock, he's the key, meaning that we are soulmates.
So Mr. Draper puts on here, that's Mr. Wilden as well, correct?
Wilden, yes, sir.
Sorry. And you can steal $10,000, but you can't steal joy, and he tags you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he's talking about this $10,000, right?
Yes, because at the time of that post, I was distraught, thinking I would not be able to function my business past the next day.
This is you and he at the business?
Yes, sir, at the barber shop that he works at.
Who took that picture?
One of his clients, Bob.
Another photo of you and him on Facebook?
Yes, sir, we were cooking salmon together that evening.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object as to relevance because we've already established that she's seeing this individual and we're getting off track from how this has anything to do with the business.
What's the
Well,
relevance, Mr. Hawley?
as for the motion to adopt the parenting plan concerning the children, I think every bit of this is relevant.
Overrule the objection because I'm allowing it solely for that purpose as to whether or not, how it affects the court's decision on a parenting plan. We're at a pause, so we're gonna break for lunch. We'll recess for lunch until 1:30.
All right. Court's in recess.
So we don't hold court on Halloween, is that what you're saying? I think the way that some of the folks are coming to court dressed as, some of the people who show up and dressed in costumes, we might as well have it on Halloween, see what shows up, so. All right, I don't care what you want to do about your case, you can put it on the 31st if you want to. I'm just telling you, I'm going to 5 o'clock today and then I'm quitting, so.
They said they wanted to stay and maybe see what happens, so I'm fine with that too. So if not, we'll move it.
It's always instructive for people who have cases to wait and watch anyway, so. All right, then we are now with Ms. Valdez. I apologize for making you take the stand and having you wait, but Mr. Hawley, you may continue your cross-examination.
Ms. Valdez, I'm going to show you a Facebook post and ask you if you're familiar with this post this morning.
Yes, sir, I am.
And what does that say?
It says, on our way to battle.
What are we battling today?
It is
Ms. Valdez?
It is a metaphor, Mr. Hawley. A metaphor is a use of symbolism.
Well, when you use a metaphor, you're kind of implying some things. What are you implying here?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. She's not implying anything. This isn't even her post.
Argumentative, Mr. Hawley. I
I'll move on.
understand she's on her way to court. Most people consider it to be battle, and I don't think that is in any way derogatorily intended. So.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Valdez. Is this your post?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you remember when you made this post?
I did after I found out that Vincent Valdez took $10,000 out of my business account.
And you said what about that on your post? Can you read that?
Time to go to war. I was built for this.
Okay. And in your paragraph, your boyfriend said in a comment here, Get your paint out, put your knife on, bring home the effing spoils, leave no survivors.
Yes,
He
sir,
was-
that's correct.
He was talking to you in that situation, correct?
He was encouraging me after years of mental and emotional abuse to buck up and to be brave and strong and to not be amicable anymore in the divorce proceedings.
Okay. I'm going to show you a video and ask you if you recognize this video as a video of you at the house with a police escort. This is your daughter.
Mhm.
And this was after you made this post, correct?
Yes, sir, it is. I actually called the police escort there for my own safety, hence the knife.
And you've got a knife on your belt, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct, for personal safety.
Was
The
it
police
because your
officers were there
boyfriend-
for me.
Was it because your boyfriend told you to?
And no, sir, that is a personal knife that actually my husband bought me.
You had the police there as well, correct?
For my own personal safety, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
and you still felt like you had to wear a knife?
That was for my own personal safety. Yes, sir.
And you talked about, you need this money for your business funds, to be able to pay employees, things of that nature. You did a photo shoot.
Yes, sir, I did.
And where did you do a photo shoot at?
At Studio 110 by Holly Douglas in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Okay, and and when did you do that?
Where?
When?
I did that, I want to say it was the first week of September, last week of August. I would have to look back at the dates.
It was after you separated, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Sure. How much did that photo shoot cost you?
$2,800.
Just a minute, Judge. And I'm sorry, you said that was $3,500?
$2,800.
$2,800. Where did you get the money to do that with?
Personal loan.
Were there any photographs of you nude?
Yes, sir, there were.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. I don't see the relevance between a photo shoot in parenting your children or a photo shoot in Giggles and Glam.
I could have another question or two. I'll be glad to link that up, but this was actually on the
I'm going to
internet.
reserve ruling on it till Mr. Holly is able to show some relevance.
And was this on the internet?
The nude photos were not, but the ones where I was in teddies and other undergarments were.
But you did have the nude photos on the internet with a blackout, correct?
Yes, blocking out the exposed area.
Okay. And that was on the internet, correct?
It was on a TikTok, yes, sir.
Are you concerned about your children seeing that at some point?
No, sir, I'm not, because they do not have a TikTok unless their father shows them that video.
Are you concerned about any day them seeing that about their mother on the internet?
No, sir, quite frankly, I'm not, because no nude area is exposed.
Do you use drugs?
No, sir, I do not.
Could you pass a drug test today? We've kind of requested one in the parenting plan and in the motion. Could you pass a drug test today?
What kind of drug test are we talking about?
Well, let's talk about a hair follicle 10-panel drug test that may go back 6 months.
No, sir, I would not pass that.
Why would you fail that then?
Because in the past, I have used shrooms.
Shrooms.
Yes, sir.
What are
Mushrooms.
shrooms?
It's hard to explain, but you ingest them and they make you feel euphoric for a few hours.
Okay, and you're referring to mushrooms, correct?
Yes, sir.
They are illegal.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when's the last time you've done mushrooms?
About 3 weeks back.
3 weeks. It would have been after the separation as well.
Yes, sir.
Who did you do mushrooms with?
I did mushrooms with Christopher Draper in the privacy of my home when my kids were not present.
Okay, and he did them with you?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. Did you have any issues with someone that's going through rehab having a relapse by using mushrooms?
Well, that was not his drug of choice when he was in rehab, so I would not call that a relapse into methamphetamines.
So methamphetamines was his drug of choice?
Yes, sir, at the time it was.
Okay. And being addicted to methamphetamines and going through rehab and drug court and battling countless felonies, it's still not considered by you to be a relapse if you're doing mushrooms and drinking alcohol every night.
I did not say that I was doing drugs every night. Yes, I have a Corona every night after running my 2 businesses and I get home.
And again, where were the kids when you were doing mushrooms? Were they with their dad?
They were with, yes, their father.
Okay. And you feel comfortable with the kids being with father while you're conducting this type of activity?
Is that a trick question? Of course, I feel comfortable with them being with their father.
Do you have any issues with Mr. Valdez having exclusive possession of the marital residence since you moved out?
No, I offered that to him in the original MDA.
So that's really unopposed today. He can have the marital residence.
I've always felt that way, yes, sir.
Okay. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Right.
That's all I have, Jim.
Right.
Ms. Valdez, a few things that I would like to clarify with you. You testified earlier to Mr. Hawley about how you left the marital residence, and then you testified about how you carry a knife with you when you went back to the marital residence. Can you tell the court a little bit about why you felt so unsafe returning to the marital home?
Yes, ma'am. So to put in some context that Mr. Hawley shared earlier prior to our recess, when I served Vincent with the divorce papers the Sunday following him kicking me out, I agreed to cohabitate with him while the divorce proceedings were happening, and I lived upstairs in the office. That lasted about a week until I had to leave due to me feeling unsafe. And there was an incident that occurred, I believe it was August 17th, somewhere right around there, where I was still visiting the residents throughout the day, cooking, cleaning, trying to provide a sense of normalcy for the children so we would not traumatize them while Vince and I were in transition. And while I was hanging up some of his shirts in the bathroom, as my daughter laid on the bed not 10 yards away, I felt Vince come up to my side from behind me, and I turned around. He was very close to me. He put his hands on my waist, proceeded to slowly, but regardless, push me up against the wall. I felt like he was trying to kiss me. His hands began to move a little bit lower down my waist. Eventually, they probably would have touched my buttocks. I told him no to stop 3 times, and when he wouldn't, I put my hands on his chest and pushed him off. I then left the residence, went to the backyard because I was so upset, called Christopher Draper, asked him what to do, and he said I needed to leave the residence immediately, even if it was without the kids, for my own safety, and to never go back in there unless I was accompanied with my mother or with a police officer.
Thank you for sharing that. And just to be clear, was your minor child present and
Yes.
witnessed your husband do that?
Yes.
All right. Counsel also showed you a video of your child crying. There were cars in the video and your child was crying. Can you give the court some context about why your child was crying like that?
Yes, the reason why River, my son, was saying, I don't want this, Daddy, I don't want this. That particular day, Vince and I had planned for the kids to stay with me for the first time at my new rental. I had gotten it furnished and prepared for them, and that was the agreed upon day for them to spend the first night with me. We agreed that I was going to show up at a certain time and sit the kids down. My original hope was we were going to tell the kids to transition them slowly. Hey, mommy got a second house. It's just because it's closer to your new school. We're going to be doing some, and I quote, campouts at mommy's house. My goal was to provide them with a slow transition to not traumatize them, since they did not need to know that the divorce was happening quite yet. Vince proceeded in that moment to for lack of better words, rip the Band-Aid off and say things along the lines of, Mommy has decided that she doesn't want to be married to Daddy anymore. Mommy has decided that she's leaving this family, that she's moving out. Daddy doesn't want this, and Mommy wants a divorce. And she doesn't want to be husband and wife anymore. To which in that moment, my son broke down distraught because it came out of left field and his mind did not know how to process what my husband was saying.
Thank you. And has your son had any more outbursts or crying fits since then?
No, ma'am. He cried for about 5 minutes in the car, but by the time we got to my mother's house, which was 13 minutes away, he was happy. By the time we got to my rental, he was dancing to music. He was playing with the new toys I had bought him. He was saying things along the lines of, I love this house.
Back to the hearsay.
I have video of the dancing and the music.
Ma'am, when there's an objection, you must stop talking
I
until I
apologize.
rule on the objection. Sustained, I don't think that is relevant. And it is a statement of the child, so it's introduced for the proof of the matter. Sustain the objection.
Ms. Valdez, how long have you gone without seeing the children?
At one given time or
Yes.
total? I would say it was actually here pretty recently. I had a marathon this past weekend. And so I've gone since Thursday morning without seeing them, and I get to see them tomorrow. So that's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 full days, 4.5 days.
And do you visit them when your husband has them in his possession?
I no longer go over to the house, no, for my own personal safety. In the past, I would go over there, like I said, to cook and clean and help with the house and help him transition, but I no longer do that.
And you testified earlier that Mr. Draper will spend the night at your residence sometimes, but that he has never been in the presence of the minor children for more than 5 minutes. Can you explain to the court how that works?
Yes, so to clarify that 5 minutes, that's with my 2-year-old son, Sage. On Wednesdays, I take Sage to 2 therapy appointments, and afterwards I drop off lunch to Christopher Draper at his barbershop, in which my son, Sage, is present for that. But Christopher is working, so we never stay long. Secondly, Christopher comes over after hours at around 9 o'clock. The kids are already in bed. We have dinner on the front porch, and then we go to bed. He leaves for work between 4 and 4:30 a.m. before any of the kids even wake up.
Mr. Hawley also showed us a lot of statements on the screen, miscellaneous charges. How much have you spent erroneously through the business account to Mr. Draper?
Through the business account, I would estimate between 50 and 200 tops.
So very minimal in
Very
terms
minimal.
of what kind of profit the business is generating.
The
is that
cash
correct?
flow on average every month from Giggles, revenue and everything is between $35,000 and $45,000 every month.
You said 35,000 every month?
Minimum, if not up to 45,000. That's the cash flow going through the business. Yes, ma'am.
And the credit card account that Mr. Hawley put up on the screen earlier, was that your credit card account?
Are we referring to the PayPal?
Yes.
Yes, that is my own personal credit card that I took out after Vince and I separated.
Is your husband associated with that account in any way?
No, ma'am, he's not.
Okay. We also saw a video from Mr. Hawley with you and Mr. Draper hugging and kissing in the laundry room.
Mm-hmm.
Did you lose any business over that interaction?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. Did you lose any employees over that interaction?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And the 2 employees that counsel brought up earlier, have you, the 2 that were here in the courtroom, did they both quit?
Kennedy, the young lady with the black hair, quit abruptly. She did not show up for her shift. She never gave me a reasoning. I contacted her with no response. The only thing I can surmise is personal grievances towards me or the business. albeit a week prior, she had just gotten a $150 bonus from me for such a good performance. I had just taken her out for a steak dinner. I thought everything was fine. Jessica, the African-American woman, was my general manager. I fired her for misconduct. She also was having a history of poor reviews on top of it for her work ethic. I found out that she was distributing pictures of my boudoir photo shoot to staff members. So because of those unethical reasons, I fired her.
And did you use any funds from the business for that boudoir shoot?
No, ma'am. It was all on either the down payment was on the Kroger personal credit card, and then the rest was on the PayPal credit card.
And you just testified earlier that you used mushrooms. Do you have any plans on that being a recreational thing for you?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And were your children in your presence when
No,
that
ma'am, they
occurred?
were not.
And does Mr. Draper have any connection to your business-related expenditures?
No, he has absolutely no access to anything.
That's all I have, Judge.
Holly?
Be clear, I thought I heard this. So, Mr. Wilden, he's sleeping at your house every night when the kids are there. They just don't, according to you, I guess, meet in the hallway?
They are in bed. I have their monitor on. We have dinner on the front porch, and then we go upstairs and spend our time up there with the door locked.
You said that in the process of this fear that you had with Mr. Valdez at one point, you called Mr. Draper and he kind of told you what to, or Mr. Wilden, and he kind of told you what to do. Wilden kind of told you what to do, correct?
Yes, he said I need to leave the residence for my own safety.
Okay, so you rely on him and you kind of are doing what he told you in that situation.
I sought him for counsel, yes.
Okay. Are y'all drinking every night and then going to bed with the kids there?
We drink about 5 nights a week, but I think there's a difference between getting intoxicated and having a beer in the evening. And we are not getting intoxicated every evening.
Again, back to my question, it would be the answer is yes, that you are drinking every night while the kids are there with Mr. Wilden.
Yes, we are having a beer when my kids are present.
Why are you hiding Mr. Wilden in from your kids?
Because I do not think it appropriate to introduce them to another man in my life until the divorce is final.
But as long as they don't meet in the hallway,
I guess that's a risk, yes.
nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor. I'd like to call Christopher Wolf.
I have a few questions before you do that. Let me describe for me what the situation was before your separation regarding the children, when you and Mr. Valdez were living together. Tell me how that went.
Sorry, Your Honor, you mean the child care situation, what it looked like? I was the main child care provider. Even though I own these 2 businesses, I was more or less a stay-at-home mother. I took care of all the dental appointments, ballet appointments, soccer, therapy, grocery shopping. I even homeschooled them from preschool up until 6 weeks ago. After I separated with my husband, I knew I would not be able to facilitate homeschooling in an honorable way, and so I enrolled them in a local elementary school. But I was the main caretaker and provider since birth.
And if your lawyer asked you if you plan to use the shrooms, mushrooms as a recreational thing in the future, you weren't planning to do that for the future, why do it at all?
It was an opportunistic experimental situation where they were gifted to us. And quite frankly, we were curious.
Anything further?
You understand that in mushrooms, that's what somebody told you when they gave them to you, but there could be anything in there.
Yes, sir, you're right.
I mean, people put different stuff in different drugs nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right.
I've got clients and friends that aren't here on planet Earth right now because they took something experimental and it didn't turn out so well.
Yes, sir, you're correct.
And that could have happened to you. It could have happened to you and the children's mother, correct?
Me and the children's mother?
That's you.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And Mr. Wilder was there with you. You've already said that. Was there anybody else?
It's Wilden, and no, it was just him and I.
And who got the mushrooms?
I'm not
brought
at
them
liberty
into
to
the
say that.
home?
I am not too sure. I just know it was gifted.
Who brought them into the home? Who brought them into your home?
It was Christopher and I.
Well, did somebody give them to Mr. Wilden and bring them in, or give them to you and bring them in?
I assume someone gave them to Christopher.
Okay. And again, this is all appropriate as long as we don't meet in the hallway. The kids and Mr. Wilden.
I don't understand how that has relevancy here when we experimented with the shrooms while my kids were 18 miles away. So I don't understand how the hallway has context here.
If he brought drugs home and if he brought drugs and brought them into your home, and he talked you into using them, what's to stop him from using them at any time?
He did not talk me into using them. I agreed.
What's to stop him from using them any time? Address my question.
I understand that. What's to stop my husband from picking up drug use at any time?
Well, he doesn't.
It's all
apparently
speculation.
he doesn't apparently have a history of it. We're not talking about his drug use, are we?
No, we're not.
I mean, he doesn't have a history of that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That's true.
That's you, correct?
I do not have a history of drug use. I've experimented one time.
And you wouldn't call that a history of drug use?
I think that's a very loose way to use the word history.
Is it fair to say that with the drugs, the photo shoot, the different things you've got going on with the affair, that you're kind of got a midlife crisis going on here?
I can see how someone might think that on the outside, but I also think you have to look at the hard facts. I'm still running 2 profitable businesses. I still have a team of staff members who worship me, who are willing to testify to my character. And I also have a community of people that are also willing to testify to my character. I pay my bills on time. I'm never late. I run my businesses flawlessly, and I treat my kids with kindness and respect and provide for them.
I understand that's what you're saying, but while you're doing that, according to you, and you're doing all the other things that you're doing, what's wrong with leaving the kids in what I understand to be basically the main home that they know with their father at this time, while you go do whatever you want to do?
There's a difference between leaving them in a physical residence and saying that's going to comfort them compared to letting them spend time with the woman who has basically solely reared them for the last 8.5 years, educated, clothed them, spent time with them, provided for them.
And again,
Mr.
ma'am,
Valdez
I
was
know
never
that
their
you
main rearer.
I know that you say that, but you yourself have admitted 26 out of 33 days.
I did not admit to that. That is inaccurate.
Well, you've admitted there's a lot of times that you've taken trips and things like that.
I did not admit to that. That's purely speculation. I said we've taken 2 trips, if you don't remember, Mr. Hawley. One was a camping trip that lasted 18 hours, and it was 48 minutes away. I clocked it while I was out at recess. The other one was a day trip, hiking trip, and we were gone for maybe 7 hours, and that one was an hour and a half away. So I failed to see these grandiose trips that you're referring to.
Since you've been separated from Mr. Valdez, though, you've not even come close to 50-50, have you?
I would say it's been about a 60-40, 65-35. But that's also because I work nights and I work 3 jobs right now to provide for my kids while he works from home. He has the luxury of being with them more often.
Well, that I understand. Thank you. Nothing further.
Please, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
I'd like to call Christopher Walden to stand, Your Honor.
Christopher Wilden. Wilding, is that how it's actually pronounced? Wilding or Wilden?
Wilden. Wilden.
Wilding, you come up here, please. I ask you to raise your right hand and place it on your oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mr. Wilden, could you please state your full name for the court?
Christopher Ryan Wilden.
Mr. Wilden, what can you tell the court about your criminal history?
It started when I was about 19 years old, and it ended about 6 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago. Petty thefts, possession of marijuana, possession of paraphernalia, controlled substance. So it's all drug related.
And how long have you been sober for now?
5 years.
From which substances?
The only thing I do is drink alcohol. So, I mean, you're talking opiates, methamphetamines, Adderall. I haven't taken anything besides ibuprofen.
And what kind of program did you go through once you were released from prison?
So part of my agreement when I came out of jail, because this last time I finally decided to change, I went through Indiana and cleared up all my charges up there, cleared my charges down here. And on my last charge, I was gonna be sentenced to do 3 years. I'd never asked for drug court or any type of rehabilitation, never been in any or anything. And, my real goal was to get back to my daughter. So I went through a drug court program, Sumner County Drug Court. It's one of the top in the nation. There's other drug courts that fly them out to teach them how to run a drug court. And, I don't know the exact numbers, but they're over triple the national standard of success rate. So what happened was I got out, when I first got out, I had 3 drug tests a week. I had 5 meetings I had to hit a week. I had a therapist, 2 pastures, and it was class after class after class after, family classes. It was MRT classes. It was, I did it all. Journey to Freedom class.
So in your opinion, have you turned your life around?
Absolutely.
And do you have any minor children of your own? You said?
Yeah, my daughter's not.
And Mr. Walden, what has been the extent of your interaction with Miss Valdez's minor children?
None. She's had Sage taking therapy, and she stopped by my work, and he was with her, but that was it. There's no interaction.
And when you stated that you drank alcohol, how frequent is that?
3 nights a week, 2 nights a week, a couple of Coronas here and there.
Do you do that in the presence of the 3 minor children that I just referred to? Okay. And what do you do for a living now?
So I'm a barber. I do a lot of stuff. I'm a barber. I'm actually getting ready to start a nonprofit organization to help guys that are in long-term recovery, either get certificates or get careers or to if they want to start their own business and they need lawnmowers. I'm in the middle of learning how to grant write, so I can actually, that's the progression of it. Like, I cut hair for a living, but more realistically, I want to be able to give back to the community and things where I've been.
So is your business doing well?
Yeah,
are you generating a profit?
Absolutely. I've been in business about a year right now, professionally. Like, I've had my license since July of last year. I have almost 100 5-star reviews. I got 1 4-star review, and I've got over 600 clients that I take care of a month. And
do you do any local volunteer work?
Yeah. I work with Nashville Cares. We do, they hand out they do a needle exchange. So they bring in dirty needles, you give them clean needle. It's a HIV and HEP prevention is what they do, along with testing. I got test kits coming to the shop to where I hand out test kits to people that may need it. That's different rehabs, halfway houses, people I know. Because I'm really close in contact with the jail and with the recovery court, with Sumner County Drug Coalition. So I'm in ties with all of them, and I'm able to provide services that because I'm a barber, I know everybody. And middle of next month, I got granted to go into the jail and start cutting hair every other week for the indigent guys, the guys that have no money on their commissary. And that's going to be on a podcast. They're going to allow me to podcast it. So, I'm not even allowed back into the jail that I came out of.
So do any of your past criminal history, does any of that have to do with children or hurting children? Okay.
No. None of it's even violent.
What was that?
None of it's even violent. No domestics, no batteries, no nothing like that.
Okay. And Mr. Walden, recently, have you done mushrooms with my client.
Judge, I'm going to object. That's asked and answered. He already testified all he's taken is an ibuprofen.
I'm asking him directly.
Overruled.
Yes, I have.
And can you tell the court what the occasion was or why you decided to do that?
It's basically, it's a spiritual opening to deal with some of the stuff that internally has just kind of squandered me or been shameful to me.
After you did that, did you relapse?
No.
And do you have any intention on doing it again?
I wouldn't be opposed to it.
When you did it, were the minor children present?
No.
To what extent has my client, Ms. Valdez, used any business expenses on you?
On me, I don't think any. I think the only thing that she ever used it on was a hotel when he kicked her out of the house.
Did you reimburse her for that?
Anything that we've ever done together, I give her money for, reimburse her, yes.
Did
The
she?
hotel, I don't think I paid for anything on the hotel because that was something that she had to have a place to stay anyways. So.
Did my client help you purchase a motorcycle?
Yeah.
Okay, and to your knowledge, was that used from the business account, those expenses?
No.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
All right, Charlie, you may cross-examine.
Mr. Walden, I thought I heard you say earlier that you didn't take drugs, all you took was an ibuprofen. Was that your testimony earlier?
As far as relapsing on drugs that I'd previously been addicted to, yes, I don't use.
What were you previously addicted to?
Methamphetamines, Adderall,
Okay.
opiates.
Well, it's not mushrooms now, is it?
No, it's not a daily thing. It's not a weekly thing. It's not I don't wake up in the morning taking mushrooms, but there are places where it is legal to wake up daily and take mushrooms.
Where's that at?
Colorado.
Okay.
I just
And I
got
don't-
back from Colorado, and it is legal there. So.
You planning on moving to Colorado?
No, sir.
Let me clarify. It is legal for some people there in Colorado, not for me.
That's. All right, so you brought mushrooms. Did you get the mushrooms?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how did you get them? Did you buy them or?
Yeah.
Okay, so they weren't gifted, you bought them.
No.
How much did you pay for them?
$60.
Did Mrs. Valdez chip in on it?
No.
Did she pay for any of it?
No.
So she bought you a banner, correct, for your business?
Yeah.
So she did use a business expense for you, correct?
Wasn't aware that was from the. Now, mind you, everything that comes from profitable from Drip Fade is going to be split with Miss Valdez and has been up to this point.
I'm sorry?
Anything profitable from that is going to go 50-50 to her.
So y'all starting your own little business?
As far as the products, yes.
Yeah. She trying to close down Giggles and Glam to make that not worth anything from the marriage and get you started in your own hair cutting business?
I think that's the other side doing that, not Miss Valdez.
You cut kids' hair?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a vape when you cut kids' hair?
Yeah, my vape sits out.
Yeah.
And it's actually normally in a basket, but yes, it has sat out on the counter when I come back in. But normally I have a basket that I bring with me that I keep all my personal belongings in, and it's underneath.
And you're not opposed to doing drugs again, from what I'm hearing. Is that what I heard you testify to?
I said I wouldn't be opposed to doing shrooms again.
It enchambers, something that enchambers you? That's what I thought I heard you say?
No, I said what it does is it allows me to deal with some of the things that I've done with that happened to me in my past. It's more of a spiritual thing rather than just I'm trying to get messed up.
So you're on some sort of spiritual quest to do mushrooms to help out your psychological issues? Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
What am I hearing then?
We all have childhood trauma and things we dealt with when we were younger that don't get brought up in our general day-to-day. And then able to process that, sometimes you experience things in life. What's a spiritual awakening through AA and NA?
Well, you're using drugs to get awakened, I guess is what you're saying.
No, sir.
And you spend just about every night with Miss Valdez at her place?
Yeah, most nights.
You call that your home?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Is that
It
where
is
you
home.
live?
I walked in, it felt exactly like home.
Is that where you live?
No, I have an address at Pike.
Do you pay any of the bills with Miss Valdez?
Nope, we discussed it.
Do y'all just have a deal where you bring in shrooms and drugs and things like that, and then you get a motorcycle?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, it's being argumentative.
Oh, Judge, that's a fair question. If he's bringing in shrooms to Miss Valdez, you know, is it one of these deals where you're bringing in shrooms to Miss Valdez and she's buying you a motorcycle or giving you a loan for a motorcycle?
And when Miss Valdez left her house and wasn't allowed to take anything from her own house.
Mr. Wilder, I'm asking you a specific question.
sir. No,
Did
sir.
you swap the shrooms for anything with the motorcycle?
No, sir. No, sir.
Is there a domestic abuse on your record?
No.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
You ever been arrested for domestic assault?
Mm-mm.
You ever been arrested or charged with any assaults?
Mm-mm. No.
Are you on probation in any way right now?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
No, sir.
So what would you think that they would say at drug court if they knew you were taking shrooms right now?
They'd probably recommend me to get some classes or do something like that. They'd ask what was actually, they'd probably ask me what was going on with me and why I was doing it first. And then I would explain it to them. And some people don't understand and don't agree with it. And some people do, and I don't abuse it. I'm not waking up every morning craving shrooms. You can't abuse it.
I'm sorry, you can't abuse drugs?
You can, but it doesn't do anything. If you microdose, it's actually proven to change the way your brain fires. And
You said you had 2 to 3 drinks a night, correct?
2 to 3 drinks every few nights.
2 to 3 drinks every 2 to 3
Let's
nights?
say 3 or 4 nights a week. Yeah.
Okay, so it's 2 or 3 drinks, 3 to 4 nights a week now?
That's what I said originally.
Okay. If Ms. Valdez says more like 5 or 6, then would that be accurate?
Somewhere in there.
Y'all have a drink every night?
What's that?
Y'all drink every night?
No, sir.
You drink when the kids are there, correct?
Because the kids are in bed, if they're there. I don't see the kids, but yes.
You're sleeping in the same, apartment? Or is it a house?
Yes, sir.
House or apartment?
House.
You're sleeping in the same house with these kids every night?
They're not there every night.
Well, every night that they're there, are you sleeping with them in the same house? Not with them, but sleeping with the same house?
Majority.
You ever encourage Mrs. Valdez to get a knife
Yeah.
as the victor and go take home
Be safe.
the
Yes.
effing spoils? Did
Yeah,
you ever post that?
Absolutely.
What do you mean by that?
Be safe, to watch her back. Look what's happening.
You understand what your post said, to the victor comes the effing spoils. Time to get out your knife. That's pretty close.
Be prepared. Absolutely. You always be prepared.
Bring home the spoils. What spoils are you talking about?
Go out there for victory and win.
Win what?
Win life. Win it life. Don't be a victim.
The victim of what?
Anything. 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 Don't have a victim's mentality. Don't be a victim. Yes,
Are you aware that
absolutely.
you took a knife to the house of Mr. Valdez?
Yeah, I was also where she was backed into a corner and touched on too.
Well, you're where she took a knife, took your advice and did that.
She wears a knife to work on Mondays and Fridays too.
Why?
She's out at dark. Look at her. Look how big she is. If somebody's backed you in a corner, wouldn't you protect yourself or tell your daughter to protect herself or your wife? You wouldn't?
And just to be crystal clear, you're testifying you are a barber,
Yes, sir.
master barber,
Yes, sir.
and you cut kids' hair.
Yes, sir.
How many heads of hair do you cut a week over at Giggles and Glam?
Oh, only like 5 or 6. That. From
Did they know-
from noon to 3.
Do they know about your history while you're cutting the kids' hair, the parents?
I'm not opposed to telling them.
You're taking shrooms and
I'm not opposed to telling them.
you're not opposed to
How do you
telling
think everybody found out?
Do you think
about
that's
my
good for
history?
business?
Absolutely. Somebody's come back that had a 3% chance of coming back and did.
It did mushrooms last week?
Am I shooting dope behind a trash can? No, sir. Am I stealing it? Am I lying? Am I cheating? No. No, I'm not afraid to tell anybody what I've went through and what I've went through and where I'm at.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
Just real quick, when you said that you were having a few drinks while you were at Ms. Valdez's home, are you ever so inebriated that you can't help if anything?
Object to the leading question.
How intoxicated do you get when you're at Ms.
The
Valdez's
rule on
home?
your objection sustained. Go ahead.
How intoxicated do you get when you're at Ms. Valdez's home?
I mean, it's 3 or 4 beers. It's not very intoxicated at all. I can coherently do anything I do generally. I could cut hair, I can talk, I can write, I can do math and calculus. I mean, like I don't get inebriated at all. It's not inebriation.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Well, not very intoxicated, but you are intoxicated.
At my home,
Well, if you're
Well,
calling Miss Valdez's home your home, yes.
yeah, at home, yes. I'm not driving. I'm not putting kids in car.
You're missing my
I'm not even
question.
interacting with kids.
You're not very intoxicated, but you are intoxicated is what your testimony is today with the children in the home, Miss Valdez.
As intoxicated as 3 or 4 beers will get you.
Nothing further.
You testified a moment ago that you have been sober for 5 years, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So what is your definition of sobriety?
Everybody's recovery is a little bit different. For me, alcohol was never a problem. Mushrooms was never a problem. Marijuana was never a problem. I don't smoke marijuana. My qualities as an addict are not bad qualities. It's just where are they focused? It's a perseverance and a drive to chase something and to go further and to be better. But at one point, that's not what it was. It was chasing that drug and that high all the time.
Right. Now, you testified about your extensive background in your criminal history, and obviously you've been through quite a few different situations, went to prison or jail for a period of time, I
Yes,
think.
sir.
Did you cause you any concern about introducing, you realize mushrooms, whether they're legal in another state or not, they're
Right.
patently illegal in the state of Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
Did it cause you any concern or have any misgivings about introducing mushrooms into Ms. Valdez or her home?
I think the biggest concern is that I don't want to get anybody in legal trouble, that myself included or her.
But
know what I mean?
you
Possessing
brought
them.
illegal substances into her home.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's my cause of concern. If I had any cause of concern about it, is that I was.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
That's all I have for my motions, Your Honor.
Vincent Valdez, Your Honor.
Ms. Valdez, come around, please.
And I hear face back, raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You are Vincent Valdez, correct?
Yes.
You're married to Mrs. Valdez over here, correct?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
About 11 and a half years. It'll be 12 years in January.
Did you want this divorce and this separation?
No.
Did you make that plain to her?
Yes.
How so?
that's one of the reasons I think Leah left that week. It's just because every day I was trying to talk to her, and me and Leah's history is very religious. We met at Bible college. She was in the mission field, beginning of our relationship. I played for a worship leader. We were both in ministry at different times. I say that to say, after I found out about the affair, I asked her if she would be willing to give Jesus a chance in our marriage, because I know that God can heal marriages, and she said no. And I did numerous things that week to try to get her to see that it's best for our family to stay together, because Leah was a good mother. She is right when she says that she was a good mother, but her actions lately have been manic and completely upside down. Like, I don't even recognize the person that I see.
So you're testifying, you feel like there's some sort of transformation with her right now?
Yes. I mean, it's whether it's mental, spiritual, or everything. I mean, like, you can ask employees, people who know her, who have distanced themselves from her, the way she talks. Leah, I think I can count on one hand how many times Leah cussed our entire marriage. And the person I see now is a completely different person. That's why I'm concerned about my children. That's why I'm concerned about them being there.
How old are you?
I am 34.
How old is she?
35.
What's your current address?
Ridge, East.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Burns, Tennessee, 37029.
And how long have you lived there?
About a little over 2 years.
All right. And is this a home that you always shared with Miss Valdez?
Yes, we bought it together. And up until August, we lived there together.
Okay. And how many children do you have?
We have 3.
And what are their ages?
River is 8, Noble is 6, and Sage is 2.
Okay. Are they able to get on the internet? Do you know, the 8-year-old?
They can get on the internet. We don't really allow that. I'm assuming you're referencing this photo shoot. My main concern is not them right now, but there's been plenty of cases where high school peers bully other kids by showing them, hey, look what I saw about your mom. Like, this is your mom. And I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to see photos of my mom like that. I mean, that's at the very least, that's therapy. I mean, there's been kids that have killed themselves over stuff like that.
Do you, this home that's there now, the two of you own that home, correct?
Yes.
This business, Giggles and Glam, how was that set up?
It's 50-50. We're both 50-50 owners of it.
Is it an incorporation?
We started a holdings company.
Okay.
And then
what's the name of the holdings company?
Valdez Holdings.
Okay. And it was a 50-50 in the holdings company?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else in the holdings company?
No, just the Giggles and Glam.
All right. So being a 50% owner of the business of Giggles and Glams, are there concerns that you have about the current management
Absolutely.
under Mrs. Valdez here?
Absolutely.
Tell the court what you're concerned about.
We've lost almost half of our staff. I found this out afterwards because they started reaching out to me. She's recommending business to a competitor, her boyfriend. Not only that, but her current behavior in using our business credit card to better her boyfriend's business. Now I know that it's her business as well, could put our business in jeopardy. And when I took that money, I told her that, and I let her know that. I can go into that if you want, but when I took that money, I sent her a text. You have a screenshot of it, and it said, I'm taking $5,000. And I said, if this affects our payroll for any of our employees, I'd be more than happy to help with that, with the exception of your boyfriend. If I'd be more than happy to help with the business credit card payments, with the exception of these personal charges I see you're putting on there. All I ask for is profit and loss statements and records to back it, and I'd be more than happy to help. But that's when she started threatening me and sending me, voice memos and stuff like that.
Okay. And hear me. I do want to play for you a voice recording and ask you if you recognize that recording.
How the fuck would the business go under when I am running it the same as I always have been? You obtuse motherfucker. Do you understand me? If you want to start a fucking war with me, start a war with me, Vince. I can contact Donna today. I can get a restraining order against you today. You will never see the kids again. I will tell them how mentally and emotionally abusive you've been, how I feared for my life when I was living in the house with you, and that's why I got a rental so soon. You will never see the kids again. I will take alimony from you. I will take $900 a month in child support away from you. I will also take your retirement account in order to support myself. So if you want to run this shit, run it. If you want to start a war, start it. Because I swear to fucking God, Vince, I have been very patient with you. I have been very kind with you. But if you are going to leverage the business that I fucking built and that I know how to run, and you know two shits about running it, do it, Vince. I'm giving you an hour to redeposit that money. And if you do not fucking redeposit that money, I'm calling into the cops. I'm putting a restraining order on you, and I'm calling Donna and telling her to redraft the MDA where I get 100% custody of the kids. And I swear to you, Vince, if there is a restraining order on file against you where I have felt unsafe for my life and threatened by you, which I do, you will never see the fucking kids again. You can move to Texas all you want at that point, because you will never get them again. Do you understand me? I will move heaven and earth to take you down in this divorce if this is the shit you decide to play. You have 1 hour to deposit that money, or I swear to fucking God, Vince, I'm calling the cops and telling them how unsafe I feel around you and how mentally and emotionally abusive you've been and how you pushed me up against the wall in the bathroom my last day in that house, and I had to tell you to get off me 3 times. Do you want to be arrested in front of your kids, Vince? Because that I can make that happen. Watch me.
And who was that on that recording?
That was Leah, my wife.
Okay. And when did she tell you she was having an affair?
I found out, and she didn't tell me at first. She gave me the divorce papers on a Sunday. I found out on a Tuesday from my brother. And when I asked her, she did tell me she was having an affair. And then by that Saturday, she had moved out.
You know, she's saying you gave her like an hour to get out and all that kind of stuff. Can you explain to the court your side of that story?
Yeah, our account of that is a lot different than the week I got back. Well, I should say, my best friend from Bible school had just taken his life. So I went down to Dallas for the funeral for that. The week I got back, I noticed that Leah was kind of cold to me, and we were getting into, small tiffs, but she wasn't talking to me. That Friday, she had told me she wasn't in love with me anymore. And I was completely blindsided. Leah's always had a very high, strong value for marriage and family. And I also didn't know she was having an affair, but I said, well, I want to fight for our marriage. We have a lot to fight for. Do you want to fight for our marriage? And she said, I don't know. At the time, I had a lot of trust in my mother-in-law. So I said, I think it's best then for you to go to your mom's house until you figure out if you want to fight for our marriage. If you will go there, she will ask you, is he abusing you? Is he cheating on you? And the answers are no. And she'll tell you to come back and we will work this out. And I said, I'm going to go get dinner. I think it'd be best for you to go to your mom's house when I get back. I did not want her to leave permanently. I wanted to, I did not know about the affair. I was trying to just wake her up because this doesn't seem like the person I married. But she did come back Sunday, and then she stayed again until that Saturday, and that's when she left. And that was against my wishes. I didn't want her to leave.
Did you threaten her or do anything physical to her during that time frame? What's she talking about there?
Not our accounts again are different on that. Sure. What happened when it comes to that bathroom thing. Leah had been coming for a week and just cook. She would cook and leave. And then on a Friday, she came and cooked and stayed and ate with us. And at the time, I still wanted reconciliation on our marriage, even though she was having an affair. We were joking with each other. She was laughing. We went to the bathroom. She was putting something away. and I was making her laugh, and I made a move to give her a hug, a kiss, whatever she would let me do. And she put her hand up and said, no. Our daughter was not standing right behind us. She was not looking at us. She was in the next room on an iPad, but she was not behind us. And when she said no, I said, I'm sorry. I said, I don't want to push you away. And I said, are we okay? Actually, I asked her, I think twice. I was like, are we okay? And she's like, yeah, we're okay. 20 minutes go by. I'm playing with the kids. And she goes out and gets on the phone. I assumed it was her boyfriend, and now I know it is. As soon as she came in, completely different person, yelling at me, saying she's never coming back. And, that's my account of that story.
And at that point, she left?
Yes.
And now, instead of her mother's, where do we know she went?
Well, she was she was still sleeping at her new house. But I have never been physical with Leah in any way. I've never been violent towards her or sexually forceful towards her at any point. Again, our story is not this today. Me and Leah waited till marriage to have sex. Like our lives is not this. And the person that is here today is not the person that I've known for the last 15 years.
Is that a concern for her around your children right now?
Yes. I mean, the fact that she's letting a guy who just said he's willing to take more mushrooms around our children is extremely concerning. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I've never smoked weed. I'll take a drug test right now if you want me to. I do not want my kids around that man. I don't. And as long as Leah is going to live this lifestyle, I am going to fight for as much custody of those kids as I can.
Where's that $10,000 at? I mean, you said you gave 5 back. Where's the other 5?
It's back. It's actually there. Got there this morning.
Based on the restraining order, sent that 5,000 back, correct?
Yes.
And what was your position on this whole $10,000 to begin with?
Well, I actually meant to take 5,000. I initiated a withdrawal from Venmo, and it didn't work. And then so I used my bank, and they both went through. I sent a text to Leah. I have the screenshots for that, saying, hey, I accidentally took 10,000. I'm sending 5,000 back. The next day, she still filed for 10,000, saying that I took 10,000, but I did return 5,000. The only reason I took that money is to establish that this business is 50-50. And whatever she wants to say about running the business, that's fine, but that's because I trusted her. Just like she trusted me to do my job, I trusted her. We're 50-50 owners of it, and now I don't trust her, especially with her throwing money at her boyfriend and then also, building another business that's a competitor to the business that we own. We're 1 year into a 10-year loan. The loan payments are like crazy high because of interest rates. If that business goes under, I cannot afford it. I do not want that business to go under. I know that she and her boyfriend have testified, Leah and her boyfriend have testified that I'm trying to take the business down, but how would that benefit me? I would go bankrupt.
What are your concerns with Mr. Walden at the business?
Well, he's already run off 3 employees. So that's a concern right there.
3 employees?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then on top of that, it's just not professional. Leah is completely blinded by this man. We do have a status quo at the salon that the girls have to keep up with a certain type of appearance. We are talking about a little kid salon where they do princess makeovers and they do birthday parties in the back and stuff like that. The reason I didn't come around the business that much is because I'm not the face of little kid salon. Especially this man that she's with comes in with Crocs, a tank top that you can see his nipples through, and a vape machine. I don't think that's good for business, especially at a kid's salon. Leah is completely blinded by this man. He's completely taken advantage of her.
Are you asking the court to reconsider, these business funds? She's getting 5,000 a day, and have it under some sort of security for you?
Well, right now, Leah has closed down, or she's moved all of our business funds to accounts with just her name on it, which I haven't even approached because the kids have been my number one priority. But legally, she can't keep me from the profits of our business. We're both 50-50 owners of it. But right now, I just have kind of let it slide. But to answer your question, I guess, sorry, what are you asking?
Well, my question is, are you concerned about her new lifestyle and her management with this business?
Yeah, absolutely.
And how so?
Well, she's careless. I mean, look at she's given me like, crazy amounts of like stuff to use in court because she's so careless. She's being careless with me. She's been careless with the kids. She has proved over the last month and a half that the kids' safety, health, and happiness is not her top priority. It might be a priority, but it is not her top priority.
So the kids, you've heard me talk about and ask her during that time frame of 33 days.
Yeah.
What's your testimony as to how long you had how many nights you had the children?
I've counted. Every time they come to my house, I have a note in my phone and I put down the dates. So how you got to that number is that's what I gave you. I gave you the dates that they were with me. Last Saturday, or this past weekend, she asked me, she usually is supposed to have them on Saturdays. This past weekend, she asked me to take them because she was going on a trip with a boyfriend. The Saturday before that, she asked me to take them. She's also asked me to take them this coming up Saturday as well. And she asked me to take them tomorrow, which is supposed to be her day, because she was going on some kind of trip, but I guess that got canceled. Every time she asks me, I always say yes, because I don't want them over there. And I have never asked her to take our kids, when I'm supposed to be having them.
Can you give the court a ballpark figure how many days, you
Well,
actually have had them out of those 33 days?
26 is what we came up with my notes.
So 26 of the 33 days they were with you.
Yes.
Can you care for the children?
Yes, and I have been.
How do you care for them?
I'll walk you through the day. I wake up. Sage, our 2-year-old, usually wakes up first. If it's really early, I'll kind of lay with him for a little bit, like on the couch, and let him sleep a little longer. Get the kids up at around 6:30, make their lunch for school, make their breakfast. We drive to school. I pray over.
Now, where's the school?
The school is in Kingston Springs.
And who did that?
Leah did.
And when did she do that?
It was like the week that she moved out. I've been homeschooled my entire life. I don't know anything about, the legalities of school. And she told me she was signing them up for school, and I didn't know like what my rights were and stuff like that. I just knew she wasn't homeschooling anymore. So I was like, okay, I guess they're going to be in school now. I did think it was too much too soon. I mean, they've been homeschooled their whole lives, and they are having problems at school. And I can get into that, but I drive them to school, usually pray on the way to school, I drop them off. And then I have Sage, our 2-year-old, during the day. He's 2, so it's just a lot of playing and changing diapers and throwing fits.
And you're capable of handling all that?
Yeah. And when we first got married, I was actually a stay-at-home dad with our oldest, because Leah was like the career person. So I'm one of 5 kids. I was homeschooled, and my younger siblings are quite younger than me. So I've been around kids a lot. But obviously, I don't wish to be a single dad, but I do think right now it's the best thing for our children.
That doorbell video, she testified about some things that maybe you were saying or whatnot. Can you tell the court about your side of that story?
Yeah, Leah said that I think the way she said it is I just went in there and just said what I wanted to say. That's not true. We sat down before we talked to the kids. I talked to 2 different counselors. How do you talk to kids about divorce? And they both told me the same thing. You need to be honest with them.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, its objection is to hearsay, Mr. Hawley.
I think it's kind of non-hearsay. It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. His stuff is showing what he's done.
I don't believe it is being offered to prove the truth of the matter. It's more showing why he took certain action or why he takes certain attitudes. Overruled.
The counselors told me to be honest with the kids, to say it in a way that they would understand it, to say, Mommy and Daddy are having issues. When mommies and daddies have issues, we have to take turns with kids, because kids understand taking turns. And me and Mommy both love you. We're going to be okay as a family. But right now, this is what we have to do. And I ran it by Leah before we did it, because she wanted to lie to them and not tell them the truth. And I said, this is what the counselors say. And she agreed to it. And then when we did do it, our oldest did, have a huge episode. He went up to his stairs, locked himself in his room, and said, I don't want this. And he told me, Daddy, I'd rather be homeless than our family be torn apart. And then you saw him crying in the driveway. But I did not do anything that was, just off the top of my head. I had told Leah before we had that conversation, that was one of the last times I said, Leah, is there any pathway towards reconciliation? Because I would rather cut my foot off right now than have this conversation with our kids. I was not trying to hurt them. This entire time, I've been trying to protect our children from the trauma that is inevitable.
Where do you work?
I work for a running shoe company called Ultra. It's owned by VF, Vanity Fair. They own like the North Face, Smartwool, JanSport.
What's your job title?
I'm a sales rep. I'm in charge of Tennessee, Kentucky, and like half of Mississippi.
What would you say your monthly income is?
On the calculations we did, the form that you made me fill out, I think the gross was like $7,500 a month, but net was like $5,500 a month. After all expenses and all the medical expenses and all the deductions, I like my take home at the end of the month is like $300 something, like that actually is not accounted for. That's including the mortgage that I've been paying by myself now.
Are you capable of caring for the children if the judge allows you to be the primary parent? You're asking for that. Are you capable of caring for the children under your schedule?
Yes. I did want to make one point as well, going back from earlier. I have not, besides that money I took out a few weeks ago, that was targeted. It wasn't just me doing something out of nowhere. I have not seen profits from our business that Leah is living off of since June profits. So July, August, and then now Leah has seen 100% of those profits of the business that we both own.
You feel like that's going to pay for motorcycles?
Well, it's definitely not hurting. I mean, she seems to be taking out a lot of debt, which again proves carelessness. I think she just thinks that we're going to get divorced in 30 days and she's going to get a bunch of money so she can pay all this stuff off. But, you know, I think giving almost $4,000 to a man and also planning your whole life around a man you've known for 2 months with the history that he has is very careless.
Have you learned now that when your kids are there, he's spending the night? Did you know that?
No, well, I figured because he posts photos of her house and it's at night and it's when the kids are there. So I guess, yeah, the answer is yes, I knew. Wasn't happy about it.
What concerns does that cause you?
Well, if it tells you anything, me and Leah, up until, you know, well, I'm still this way, but we have not been sleepover parents. We don't let our kids go to other kids' house. We are very, very, very protective of our children. You know, earlier, even this year, you know, we as you do when you're talking to your spouse, you know, Leah would say things like, you know, if something ever happened to you, I don't think I would get remarried while the kids are in the house because I wouldn't trust any other man around our kids. And now she's choosing this man to potentially trust around our kids. And again, that just, to me, it shows a complete change in, you know, moral character. The only things I know about him is what I've learned today. He has a history of, you know, not a great history. He is okay with smoking in the car that my kids drive in, and his moral compass is broken because he's knowingly sleeping with a married woman. And to me, as a father, that's enough for me to say, I don't want my kids around you.
I'll show you a video and ask you if you recognize this. It's a video with your wife.
Wasted on your
I'm going to object as to relevance. I don't see what the point is that we're trying to make here. We've already talked about the videos. We know that she took them. They don't have anything related to the kids or the business.
Is the relevance, Mr. Hawley?
The relevance is the kids, as he testified to, old enough to get on the internet, they're old enough to see this. Other kids are definitely old enough to get on the internet and old enough to see this. This was, and he will testify and connect this up, that this was taken off of the internet. This is where people can go and see that are proposing to do business with Giggles and Glam, the manager of Giggles and Glam, with this type of activity going on. And it's not conducive for that type of business. And the funds that she spent on this, she testified she spent approximately $2,800. But yet, when we start to add some of this math up like we're going to do, none of that adds up unless you take the profits of Giggles and Glam, which is half his, to do this type of activity.
I want to overrule the objection because under 36.6.106, as far as the determining the primary residential parent status, which is what I'm having to decide today, numbers 8 of those factors that are set forth is the moral, physical, mental, and emotional fitness of each parent as it relates to their ability to parent the child. I'm not saying that I concur with what Mr. Holly is arguing as far as this goes, but he has every right to present the evidence that he thinks is relevant, and under that statutory guideline, it would be relevant at least on that factor. Again, not stating that I agree that that is a significant or compelling, but I am allowing him to present his evidence. Overrule the objection, Mr. Holly.
Yes, sir.
That is a wow. You know what you're doing, don't you? Girl! That was incredible. So good. That's incredible. Aren't you so proud of yourself?
Can I state that Leah said that was on TikTok? It's on Instagram and Facebook as well. It's not private. I didn't know she was going to do that ahead of time because I have access to her email and she knows that. I told her about it. I asked her.
That's a joint email, correct?
Well, yes. I mean, Leah's, the Valley Cleaning Service and Valdez Holdings are both, Valdez Holdings especially, but both set up underneath my Apple ID, saving passwords to my Apple ID. Also, my personal email is the backup for the Valley Cleaning Service. I only know that because when she changes her email, I can see it, and they ask me, is it okay that this email has been changed? So they are connected. But when this photo shoot happened, I asked her, could you please keep this private? I know you're going to do it, and I know you're probably going to hand it to your boyfriend, which I'm not happy about. But can you please keep this private for the safety of our children? Don't let the studio post those publicly, because I don't want our kids seeing this in the future. And obviously she did not listen to me.
You saw that post that I introduced earlier where Mr. Walden had said, get the knives out, time for war.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you take that as a threat?
Well, definitely didn't make me feel good, but yeah, I don't know him. And what I do know of him, obviously, when something like that is posted, it doesn't usually make you feel good, especially with Leah's erratic behavior lately. When she came to the house with the cops, she told me she was coming to the house, and I asked her, would you please come tomorrow morning because our kids are here, and I don't want them to experience this. And she didn't listen to me, which to me, again, proves that health, safety, and happiness of our children is not her top priority. And when she came, the officers, I forgot what it's called, a civil something, they told me it's usually used for the spouse to come and get clothing, articles, things that are necessities. And when Leah came, all she was looking for was guns. She wanted my guns in the house. And she left empty-handed. But because when she tried to pick them up, the officers were like, no.
So she didn't, well, what did she ask for specifically when she was in the house?
She came in the house. First thing she went for is I have a vault next to my bed with a little key, little number thing so the kids can't get into it. She tried opening it. But I had changed the combination because I assumed that she was going to do this, which I think is crazy because, like, first thing about, I am around police a lot just because of hobbies and stuff like that. But first thing, number one rule around police is don't grab a loaded weapon and brandish it in front of police. But luckily, she couldn't get into it, so she just picked up the whole vault and started to walk out. And I said, "You can't take that. It's registered to me." And the officers were like, "Yeah, no." And then she was like, "Okay, well, where's your AR-15?" And so she went to go look for my AR-15, and she was only looking for guns when she came to the house, which is extremely concerning for me. There's multiple reasons why you would do that, but none of them are good.
I mean, did she want any of the kids' stuff? She want any of her clothes?
No, you saw in the video, Noble went up to her to hug her. It's like Leah couldn't even see Noble. She walked right past her. Noble, our daughter, our 6-year-old.
What have you witnessed as far as the separation goes with the children, the younger ones like that? Has it been hard on them? And if so, how?
Yeah, it's in different ways. The most visible is our oldest, our 8-year-old. Every week he asks me like why me and mommy can't be together. And you gotta know like their whole lives they've been homeschooled. You know, if they get sick or like they're having a rough day, they just relax with mommy. But they've been majority with me. And when, you know, our daughter's having a hard time in school, we had a parent-teacher conference last week, and they told us that Noble's been crying a lot at school. She's just not used to it, and it's so much change. I have to think it's extremely exhausting to go from being homeschooled to now you're in school, and now you're going to daddy's house, and then, you know, is mommy coming tomorrow? I don't know. They asked me that today. You know, are we going to be with mommy Saturday? I don't know. Like, I don't say that, but in my mind, I'm like, well, I don't know. Like, depends on if she has plans with her boyfriend or not. Obviously, I'm not going to say that to my kids, but it's exhausting for them. Our 2-year-old can't sleep at her house unless he's sleeping with his older brother because he's not used to it. There was times when our 8-year-old and 6-year-old went on a camping trip with her grandpa, and she gave me our 2-year-old on days when I normally wouldn't have him because he can't sleep at her house. He's used to sleeping at our house.
That was during the separation, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So today you're asking the court to allow you to be the primary parent
Yes.
and be in control of the children, right?
Yes.
And to let her have a reasonable visitation.
Yeah.
Something around every other weekend or something of that nature.
Yes.
And quite frankly, that's about all she's been doing, correct, according to your testimony?
Well, I mean, it's off and on. I mean, it's not consistent. The weekends are, Saturdays specifically have been the day where she usually passes them off to me.
And when she does pass them off to you, does she tell you what she's doing?
Well, I asked her, she was supposed to go somewhere tomorrow, and she asked if I could take the kids. And that's the first time I asked, because every time I try to delve into her life at all, she just gets mad at me, or she sends me a threatening text or something. But the first time I did ask was about tomorrow, and I was like, well, where are you going tomorrow? And she's like, that's none of your business. And so I'm like, okay, I'll take the kids. Like,
are you asking to have no contact with Mr. Wilden?
Absolutely.
Wilden? You asking for mom to take a drug test?
Yes.
You think there's more to it than just what she's testified to?
I don't know. I mean, Leah's always, up until recently, always been very truthful, but I know that she's lied a lot about stuff. She wasn't even honest, you know, with our lawyer about the affair until pretty far in. And when she did admit to it, it was like, oh, I slept with this guy once, and it was after we were separated, and that's not true at all. So if she's admitting to taking, you know, mushrooms once, how do I know that's the truth?
So you're asking for mom not to be able to drink alcohol or use illegal narcotics while on her visitations?
I think that's a pretty simple thing to do around kids, is not to drink alcohol. I mean, unless you're an alcoholic, you cannot drink alcohol when you're with the kids.
She's already agreed to the possession of the marital residence.
I also don't want our kids coming home smelling like cigarettes anymore.
Explain that to the court.
Well, there's been plenty of times when I saw ashes on the side of her door, and the first thing I smelled is smoke. And I asked, like, Leah, have you been smoking? No. Well, I was like, do you let your boyfriend smoke in the car? She said, yes. Well, I was like, well, do you think you could not let him do that? We got a 2-year-old, a 6-year-old, and an 8-year-old. Our 2-year-old sleep with his little blankie every night that he's attached to. He won't sleep without it. There've been numerous times when they come to my house, I have to wash the blanket because it smells like cigarettes. And obviously that's not preferable. The Leah that I knew, if we let our kids go somewhere like with her dad or something like that, her dad doesn't smoke, but if they came home smelling like cigarettes, that would have been it. You know, no more time with grandpa. but her boyfriend takes priority over even them.
Has she been a smoker?
No, not that I know of.
You're saying she just started that? after
Well, I
she-
don't think she's smoking, but I don't, at the same time, I don't know. I also didn't think she was taking any kind of illegal drugs either. But
Now, as far as the marital residence goes, you've asked for the exclusive possession. And do you feel like she's got everything out of the house that she will need as far as
There's
personal
the-
items, or she
there's,
needs something?
the only thing I know of that she wants is a dresser. And, you know, if she wants to come take that, that's fine, because it was a gift to her. I prefer her not to bring her boyfriend with her to take it, though, because I don't want him at the house.
Okay. And you talked to me about changing the locks, correct?
I did, yeah. Whenever she sent me that threatening voice memo, she also sent me other threatening texts. You know,
And you did change the locks.
I did change the locks, and I sent her a text, and I said, "Hey, I changed the locks. If you need to come by and get anything, I will gladly let you in. You just need to let me know." And that's when she came with the cops.
And that was based on my advice to you, correct?
Yes.
Are you asking that Mr. Wilden not have any contact with the business as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that should be as big of a sacrifice as what Lee is making it out to be if he's only working there one day a week.
Are you concerned about them trying to do away with this business and start his business?
Absolutely, especially if he has a competing business not far away. She's posting on Facebook recommending his business on Moms of Hendersonville. Our business is located in Hendersonville, and she's recommending Kids Cuts for him. How does that help our business?
And you're asking for her to maybe to give you some sort of accounting or something like that?
Absolutely. There's on our credit card, you can see, you know, she used our credit card, our business credit card, to buy her boyfriend a banner. There's a bunch of other purchases on there that may or may not be legitimate, but I don't know. There's a lot of Amazon purchases on there. I don't have access.
Molly, is there actually a pleading that's on the docket for today about these issues that you're now talking about?
There is. I had filed also a motion to reconsider the restraining order,
Shouldn't that be heard by Judge who issued it?
and I also filed well, I don't know that she's not coming back until the end of the year. And quite frankly, the restraining order is gone. As far as the meat of the restraining order, the money's already been returned. But my question would
is
be,
that you're asking for him what all he wants, and he's talking about now banning this gentleman from the business and so forth. And I don't know that there's a pleading down in any of these motions. You have a motion, the mandatory injunction and temporary restraining order to appear and show cause, a motion to adopt a parenting plan, motion for exclusive possession of the marital residence, a motion to reconsider the temporary restraining order, and a motion to set temporary parenting plan. Nothing in that indicates to me anything regarding the business.
Judge, there is. Let me pull it up here. I had filed a motion, it's entitled Motion for Ex parte Restraining Order. The meat of the motion talks about a restraining order and then asks for it to be signed on an ex parte basis.
And Judge Lockhart Mash declined to issue that restraining order.
On an ex parte basis, but the motion for the restraining order is still there. And I asked for it to be heard, with immediate consideration. But my understanding from these, the way they're done, the ex parte part, she declined to sign it. I wasn't given notice of the filing of the restraining order by Mrs. Valdez. What I got in, and we had talked on the phone, Ms. Tees and I had talked on the phone. She knew well that I represented her, and I didn't get a notice of that as it went into the court. I got a notice of it as it came out signed. And then I filed these things. I questioned if, Judge Lockhart Mash didn't get the other side of the story, if she would have looked at my pleadings, if she would have even signed this restraining order.
I'm simply trying to identify what we're hearing today. And if you're saying that your motion for ex parte restraining order is set for today, I don't have it on the docket, but it is a part of the file. I just didn't see a notice of hearing on it.
Well, if you look at the notice of hearing, what I did say was, is expected to be introduced and filed with the court clerk for immediate consideration, this motion. And, the motion calls for a restraining order, and then it also asks for this to be heard on an ex parte level and to sign something, which got denied. But there's also the motion and the body talks about, the father by through his counsel, request a restraining order prohibiting the removal of the parties' minor children, namely the 3 children, by the petitioner. It talks about a restraining order. And that's what I'm asking for, and I think that's appropriate. And it also talks about the business and the things of that nature. But that's what I'm asking for, not to travel under today, as far as him not having access to the business.
Steve, you've been standing. What do you have to say?
Yes, Judge. This motion was specifically for an ex parte restraining order, and it was denied. So I don't believe Mr. Hawley can go forward on a motion that has already been denied.
Well, like I said, it's an ex parte, and then there's also the motion for the restraining order. It's all in one. My understanding was that if it got denied as ex parte, we could still argue that.
Well, your motion for ex parte restraining order was denied. Then if there is something in the body of it, then that requests some sort of a hearing on a restraining order, then you would be required to give notice. So I'm simply saying that I'm not going to address the issue of restraining other people from being involved in the business, because there was not a proper notice to Ms. Tees on that particular issue. But all of the motions that are properly noticed will have the hearing on that.
May I address the court? Well, I don't know if you looked at I would just say the last part of that motion. The husband has requested that a restraining order be issued. This is the prayer section. That a restraining order, be it not ex parte, the husband is requesting that a restraining order be issued prohibiting the mother from removing the minor children from his care and custody pending a hearing on this matter. And further prohibiting the mother from allowing access to the party's business, namely Gibbles and Glam, in any manner whatsoever. So we did address the business in there. We're talking about the mother at that
that was
point.
going to be heard today.
Well, again, the notice, and it was only because everybody's filing restraining orders. We're filing restraining orders I didn't have notice of. I know it's going to be signed and set. So I've prepared all of this to be sent in. Meanwhile, this got signed and got sent to me, in the process of filing all this stuff. But my notice did say the motion for ex parte restraining order, which is what I've entitled this motion I just read from, is expected to be introduced and filed with the court clerk for immediate consideration. And that was well within the time frame.
And it was immediately considered by Judge Lockhart Mash, and it was immediately denied. That's all I'm pointing out, is that there was no additional notice rather, that the motion was going to then be presented in court today that Ms. Tees would have had notice of. So I'm simply ruling that it's not that particular portion of your motion, your motion for ex parte restraining order is not per se on the docket. You have motion to reconsider the temporary restraining order and all of the other motions that are properly noticed. You may continue with your questioning of your client before we take a recess.
That's all I had, Judge. Thank you.
All right, well, this will be an appropriate time for cross-examination for us to take her after the recess. So we'll stand at recess for 15 minutes.
All rise. Court's now in recess for 15 minutes.
Well, I mean, I know for a fact that the salon wasn't open until 1:30 a few days over the last couple of weeks, maybe more. And I would say that's lost profits.
Now, have you yourself communicated to employees of Giggles and Glams telling them the situation that's going on?
After they left. So I had some reach out to me after they had left to let me know what was going on. But I had no communication as far as enticing or trying to tell anyone what was going on before they left.
You also stated earlier that, you felt threatened by the post made by Christopher Draper that you saw on the screen over there. Isn't it true that your name was not mentioned anywhere in that post?
Yeah, it's true that my name's not mentioned on the post.
Okay. And isn't it true that the reason your wife came to collect the guns from your house was to recoup on the money that you took out of the account so she could pay her employees?
I have no idea. She could have came there to disarm me. She could have came there to give the guns to her boyfriend.
But didn't she call you beforehand and tell you that she was coming to get them?
She was coming to get the guns, but I don't know what she's taking them for.
She didn't tell you the reason?
Taking guns.
That's all she said.
I mean, I would assume that it's one of three things. She's going to recoup the cost, which I don't know how you take someone else's guns that are registered to them and then you go and sell them. But It could have been that. It could, but for all I know, with Leah's behavior lately, whatever she tells me, it could be the complete opposite. I mean, she could be giving guns to her boyfriend. She could be just keeping them so I don't have guns for some reason.
But in this case, you know that not to be true because she told you that she was coming to get the guns to recoup on the money you took from her.
I would assume so. I mean, that's what she said.
Okay.
I think, if I remember correctly.
All right. And did your wife ever consume wine while you guys were living together?
Yeah.
And that wasn't a concern for you the whole time you were married?
No, I mean, I never saw her get drunk. I don't drink, but I didn't have a problem with her drinking wine. She never consumed beer while we were married.
So now that you don't live together, you have a problem with it?
I have a problem with her taking drugs, and then also with her behavior lately tells me that she is not practicing self-discipline. So I don't want her drinking when the kids are there.
But during the course of your marriage, have you ever known her to be an alcohol abuser or a drug user?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
And that's what's so concerning.
Yet you want her to be court ordered to take a hair follicle test when she has no history of drug abuse?
I mean, she literally just said she took drugs. Why would I not want her to take a drug test? And that's the one that she admitted to anyway. I don't know if there's others.
Do you think a one-time incident and drug abuse are the same thing, sir?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you have any idea how to pay the employees of Giggles and Glam?
Not currently.
And so is it normal for you to make such a large withdrawal from the business account?
We don't think we've ever taken 10,000. Again, the goal was to take 5,000. We've definitely taken 5,000 from the business. We've taken up to, I think, 7,000 or 8,000 a month from the business. Like I said, it's not normal for me not to take money from the business for months at a time. Every month, I withdrew money from our business. And like Leah said, she would let me know the profits. I withdrew the money, and we shared all of our bank accounts, so we would put them in bank accounts. But from June profits until now, I hadn't taken anything.
Okay, and so what did you do with the 10,000? You just were leaving in your
5,000, I
account?
put it back immediately, and 5,000 I was holding.
And did your wife voice to you that she wouldn't be able to pay both of your employees if you don't put it back?
Yeah, and I actually voiced to her, let me know, give me something besides these credit card statements that I see of you just using, our business as your personal piggy bank. Give me something so that way I can help, because this is a 50-50 business. Even if she has been operating it, it's still a 50-50 business.
Didn't she in fact tell you that she'd be happy to provide you with an accounting?
And she never did. She just filed.
All right. Since your wife moved out of the marital residence, have your children been harmed in any way physically?
No,
Okay.
not that I know of anyway.
Since she's moved out, I mean, we've seen one video of your child crying. Does your child cry every single night?
No, it doesn't cry every single night. I think it's pretty common knowledge that divorce causes trauma to children, even if they're not crying every night.
Right. So you're saying that this is not unique for children to be upset about a divorce?
No, it's not unique. I think that this divorce is unique. I don't think it's normal. I wouldn't say it's normal to be having an affair with a felon, and the father to be concerned about that.
But your child was not crying about the affair with the felon, right? They were just crying that you guys are getting divorced.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, Judge, I have nothing further.
All right. Let me ask you this question. Let's take Mr. Wilding out of the scenario. You said she was the primary caregiver and she was a pretty good mother during the time you and she were married. Take Mr. Wilding out of the situation. What concerns do you have about her being able to take care of the children?
That is the majority of the concern. I mean, the behavior change is also concerning, but I do think most of that comes with her connection with Mr. Wilden. Like I said, Leah's whole personality, everything about her has changed in the last month and a half.
How old are you?
I'm 34.
And are you the same person you were when you were 18?
I'm not, but it's a drastic change in such a short amount of time.
Well, trust me, when you get to be my age, that you're not the same person you were when you were your age right now. that life is full of changes, and sometimes people stay the course and they continue on in the same situation, even though they may change. Other times they change because something becomes more important than others.
Yeah, I think that's happened. I think that her relationship with Mr. Weldon has become more important than other things.
All right. Anything further?
Well, you said Ms. Tees talked to you about the children not being harmed. Is it fair to say they're not harmed? There's not been any neglect? Because they've spent since the separation, the majority of the time with you.
Yeah.
I mean, this has not been 50-50 since the time of the separation, has it?
No.
I mean, you heard her say 65-35. What percentage would you put on there as far as you having the kids and now her being a mother?
I would say on a conservative side, maybe 75 on my end, but probably closer to 80, 85.
And again, you all had talked about 50-50, correct?
Yeah.
And when you say 75 to 85% with you, was that by any great declaration that you made?
No, it was because I didn't, at the time, up until now, I didn't have the power to keep the kids away from her. Anytime that I was given extra with them is because she gave them to me.
Your concern with your children now, I think you testified, was her using drugs and drinking, correct?
Yeah, in her relationship with Mr. Weldon.
And I think you testified your youngest or your middle child can't sleep. Which child couldn't sleep?
Our 2-year-old can't sleep at her house by himself anyway. He can sleep with his older brother, which he doesn't do. He's never done before, but that's what Lee has communicated to me.
Okay. And you said you'd lived in your house now how many years?
Like 2.5 years, something like that.
This is the only house he knows.
Oh yeah, he's 2 years old. So yeah, this is the house he's known.
And again, you're asking the court pending the final hearing to be the primary parent to kind of maintain the status quo now.
Absolutely.
Nothing further.
Would you recall?
Just a couple, Your Honor. Would you say that it's normal behavior for a child to take a little bit to adjust when they move into a new residence? Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I think that mixed with the compounded on top of separation of parents and never being in school before is a lot for a little child.
And would you say that it's understandable that the kids might have spent more time with you in the last couple weeks because my client was moving into a new residence and working?
Yeah, but that's not the reason why she did it. She did it because she's going on trips or she had to work or...
But you don't actually know that. That's just what you're speculating.
Well, she did. I know for a fact on one Saturday, she went on an all-day trip with her boyfriend. And then obviously this last Saturday, she was on a weekend trip with him. But...
That accounts for very minimal days out of the last 33. Is that accurate?
To my knowledge. I mean, most of the time she wouldn't tell me what she was doing.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may stand down. Ms. Holly, you may call your next witness.
That's our proof, Judge.
You have rebuttal proof to offer?
No, Your Honor.
I'll hear you in argument.
Your Honor, this case is a case of...
Come to the podium, please. It'll make it a little easier for me to hear you.
This case is just a divorce case of bruised egos. It has nothing to do with my parent being a bad mother or a neglectful mother. In fact, she's raised these kids for 8 years, almost by herself. As far as giggles and clams goes, we've heard proof today that she made an erroneous expenditure from the business account, the amount of $100, Your Honor. That is just not enough from counsel's perspective to take ownership of a business or the responsibilities of a business away from somebody when she has stated that she'll gladly put those funds back in. Mr. Valdez deliberately took $10,000 out of the account, requiring my client to go get a loan from a family member just to pay her employees. And so it's clear that Mr. Valdez does not know what he's doing as far as this business goes. And so that's why we're asking for the restraining order to be kept in place. She will happily account for all business expenditures and show proof, but she's been running it by herself since August of 2022. and to change things now might be catastrophic for the business. As far as a parenting plan goes, like I've said, 50-50 is more than reasonable. We want to maximize the children's time with both parents and not alienate them from either parent. My client will not do certain things that she's testified to any longer, and she'll make sure of that. But as far as the wine on a Monday night, she's not the only client that I have that does that still has full custody of their kids.
You have other clients that drink wine?
I do. But, Your Honor, we believe 50-50 to be more than fair. We're not trying to alienate Mr. Valdez from his kids. We just want my client to be entitled to her time with her kids as well. If Mr. Draper was put in a lineup, these kids wouldn't even be able to tell Your Honor who he is. So I don't think that Mr. Draper is the reason this court needs to hang its hat on not giving my client her fair share of custody. That's all.
Holly?
Well, I have a little different view from the testimony that I heard, Judge. What Ms. Valdez testified to was it was a fairly religious husband, wife, children, and nice house, white picket fence type relationship. Mrs. Valdez has then taken that, and in a simple divorce action, you have issues with your spouse, you move out, you go get a motel room, maybe you get an apartment, you work toward your best interest of the children, and you do it that way. Mrs. Valdez moved out, as you heard testimony, left, went immediately and used marital funds to spend the night with her boyfriend and consummated that relationship on that night. Rather proud of it. Then, over her somewhat testimony of being scared to death of Mr. Valdez and not knowing how to handle that, goes back, stays with him for a week, and then enrolls the kids, in a school. Again, all preparing for this divorce. Mr. Valdez is trying to save his marriage at this point and trying to do anything possible for his wife and his children. Then Mrs. Valdez, admits today what's been going on is they drink 5-6 nights out of the week, 2 or 3 drinks a night. She's got a convicted felon, someone who's had a serious addiction problem, having those kind of drinks while her children are spending the night. She's testified that and it goes directly to her credibility, using mushrooms, a psychedelic drug, experimenting with that with Mr. Walden, while he bought it and brought it into the home. She goes out and spends close to $4,000 for him to have a motorcycle. She goes out and spends $3,500 for a photo shoot. Still don't know what the purpose of that really was. And this is a photo shoot that was on the internet for everyone to see. Mr. Valdez has some valid concerns about her parenting abilities when he says other people can see this. Other people can tell other children, this is your mother. This court's well aware that, and you've heard enough cases where kids understand all of that, and all of a sudden it's a problem for that child. She's going through some sort of crisis that doesn't involve her children because she's left these children. Uncontroverted testimony of Mr. Valdez, he said 26 of 33 days with him. That's what's going on. You've heard him testify, it's been a 50-50 split for the most part anyway. And his entire life is spent with his marriage and his children. That's just not the case with Mrs. Valdez right now. That's a drastic turn. That's a 90 degree, 180 degree change as to how she functions. And I think there's something going on here. Either she's having some serious issues herself, maybe she likes bad boys, I don't know. But she's got other things on her mind than these children. I urge you to remember back to that tape where she came into the house. Mr. Valdez saw it and he testified. She didn't spend 2 seconds with her daughter. Walked off in search of guns. I mean, that was her reason. Her daughter's trying to hug her and she walks off. She's just got something else on her mind rather than these kids. They're not the paramount decisions that she's going to be making in their best interest. Mr. Valdez, I think from his testimony today, there shouldn't be any question that he's rock solid with these children. These children deserve to be with somebody rock solid after what's been happening to them throughout this process. And the fact that she even thought it would be somewhat okay to have him sleeping in the same house with these children while they're conducting this type of activity. And I mean alcohol and drinking every night, and Lord knows what else. I mean, she admitted to the mushrooms, but again, we really request a drug test so we can get down to the bottom of what's going on. Mr. Valdez will pay for it. It's like everything else with the motorcycle and the photo shoot and all the other monies that have been going out by Mrs. Valdez. It's still marital money, but I mean, he's willing to pay for it, and he'll take one, no problem at all. I think we've kind of agreed to the motion for exclusive possession of the marital residence, and we are asking for that. As far as the $10,000 goes, it wasn't about taking the $10,000 to go spend it or live on, to take it away from her. As he testified, it's about spend this on your boyfriend and your midlife crisis or whatever you're going through. Don't be spending it on motorcycles for your boyfriend. Don't be spending it on photo shoots for your boyfriend, I'll say it. And don't be spending it on things that have absolutely no bearing on the children or anything else that you have been working for this entire time. Again, I think Mr. Valdez is a rock solid choice for these children. I think Your Honor has seen that today. We're asking for her to have a reasonable visitation. The $10,000, we're asking for an accounting, maybe a monthly accounting of what that's used for. Obviously, she's gotten the 5 back. She's gotten the other 5 back. We followed the order and got it returned. We just like to have some sort of accounting of what's going on. I think he is owed that. It wasn't about keeping the money from her. It's about how you're going to spend it. And if we could have some sort of accounting, we never got that and never got an agreement on that. You heard today that I wouldn't even hear there's no agreement on anything. We didn't have any sort of agreement to even get an accounting, and I've asked for this situation. But Mr. Valdez is begging you to let him be the primary parent over these children. Let her have some visitation with obviously no contact with her boyfriend, and let's get through this divorce. Let's get to a final hearing and see what you want to do or see how she improves herself during that period of time. Because I submit to the court, I don't think today with her testimony, especially the boyfriends, has been very impressive on being able to take care of children, small children. Thank you, Judge, for your time.
Couple of observations, and one is sometimes people who come, especially, and this is based upon my own experience and my own background, as well as my observation of people throughout my career as a lawyer and now as a judge. It is sometimes surprising to one party of a marriage that the other party doesn't want to be married to them anymore and that they've changed. Well, the problem is that people change, and what might have been important to this young lady at one point in her time may not be important to her at any point. It happens with people who are raised in a very religious background. As the old country expression is that they sometimes want to kick the traces. That has to do with a mule pulling a plow. But in any event, sometimes people want to kick the traces and get out of the regimen of their life and go on with it. So I don't have any problem with the fact that she wants to deviate from the closely held religious beliefs that Mr. Valdez may think that she's required to have or that would be appropriate for her. I don't have a problem with that. My only concern is about the decision process that is being made, and I'll address that in a moment. In deciding who is going to be the primary residential parent, I'm required to look at the factors that are set forth even on a temporary basis under 36.6.106 of the Tennessee Code. Those factors include the strength, nature, and stability of the child's relationship with each parent, including whether one parent has performed the majority of parenting responsibilities relating to the daily needs of the child. Clearly, the testimony of both of these parties was that Ms. Valdez was during their time they lived together, that she was the primary residential parent for these children, that she was the person who fulfilled most of those things. He was also involved, but she was the primary person who provided for that. Number two, that each parent's caregiver's past and potential for future performance or parenting responsibilities, including the willingness and ability of each of the parents and caregivers to facilitate and encourage a close, continuing parent-child relationship between the child and both of the child's parents, consistent with the best interest of the child. It does not appear to me that under the circumstances that either of them necessarily has failed to provide or fulfill their parenting responsibilities. But I have a real problem with someone who calls up, even when you found out that he had the $10,000 removed, calling up and threatening to make sure he never sees his children again is one of the things that is anathema to this court regarding children. You don't threaten another parent with never being able to see their child again in order to gain an advantage in a lawsuit. It just simply is not appropriate. It's not done. That causes the court to find that factor favors Mr. Valdez simply because when you threaten to keep him from ever being able to see his children again, it does not indicate you're going to facilitate a close relationship between him and the children. I don't have any. Number three is refusal to attend a parenting class. I don't have that evidence before me because this is temporary. The disposition of each parent to provide the child with food, clothing, care, education, other necessary care. They both have apparently been doing that. There's not been any real exchange of money between them, but I think she was waiting to try to get herself set up. The degree to which each parent has been the primary caregiver is defined by the parent who's taken the greater responsibility of performing their parental responsibilities. Clearly, as I've said, she was the primary caregiver during the marriage. When she left the home for that period of time, Mr. Valdez, who had been involved previously as well, but not to the extent she was, he's assumed a greater responsibility for performing those parental responsibilities under the current status that we're in. The love, affection, emotional ties existing between each parent and the child, I think they both love their children, and I don't have any question about that. The emotional needs and developmental level of the child, I don't have anything to indicate that any of these children, one of them is a 2-year-old, and none of them are very old. I think there's an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 2-year-old perhaps. But they're young children. Number 8, the moral, physical, mental, and emotional fitness of each parent as it relates to their ability to parent the child. As I said, I don't fault you for deciding, that you lived in a closely, a very confining religious background in the past, and one that envisioned that you were going to be the wife that took care of everything and did everything. I don't have a problem with the idea that you no longer want to do that. In today's society, unlike the Jewish society that existed at the time of the scriptures being written, women were in a different class. They're not there anymore. We're in a different world. So for that reason, I don't have a problem with it. My problem was some of the decisions that you've made. For example, if you think your children don't know or won't figure out that you're having Mr. Wilding to be at your house overnight, you're just kidding yourself. Kids, as they grow older, are going to figure that out. Second thing is that your decision to use mushrooms, shrooms, or whatever you want to call them, something that is patently illegal as an experimental situation, is a regrettable decision on your part. More importantly, it is a criminal act. And although certainly we're not going to refer this for criminal prosecution, there's no reason to do that. It clearly shows that there's some either maturity lacking on your part or a moral problem that prevents you from being able to recognize how wrong that really is when you're supposed to be parenting 3 young children. And I don't care whether they're legal or not legal in the city of Denver, Colorado, or anywhere else in the world. I think we're looking at the laws of the state of Tennessee. The child's interaction and interrelationship with siblings and other relatives and step-relatives and mentors don't have anything about that. The importance of continuity of the child's life, the length of time the child has lived in a stable, satisfactory environment don't show that there's really, I think the children have been used to having both parents and now they're suddenly in the middle of it. This is a temporary situation, so I don't really think that applies. Number 11, evidence of physical or emotional abuse to the child or children. I don't find any evidence of that. Number 12, the character and behavior of any other person who resides in or frequents the home of a parent and such person's interaction with the child. I'm all for someone who has turned their life around. I see it every day. I'll be seeing it the next 2 days when I have our hearing in criminal court regarding violations of probation. I credit anyone who goes through a process to try to straighten out their life. My idea of sobriety is not someone who goes through sobriety after having a lifetime of criminal activity and then suddenly decides they're sober but yet drinks 3 or 4 times a week or 4 or 5 times a week and 3 or 4 times a beer. No rehabilitation program, no sobriety program that I'm aware of ever condones the use of alcohol. It's just substituting one drug for another. And so for that reason, I think that it's obvious that Mr. Wilding has not really embraced the sobriety that he has testified to, and that in fact he's not an individual who is particularly embracing his sobriety to the extent that makes him an appropriate person to be around the children. His criminal history, there's no violence or anything in it. They're all drug related. But the fact that he has a history of drug related convictions and is now using mushrooms and stated rather cavalierly that he was prepared to use them again if that situation presented itself, indicates to the court that he is a person who has not fully embraced the idea that he could go back to prison for possession of mushrooms, and has testified under oath in a proceeding that he did in fact do that. If he was on probation, he'd be looking at going back to prison immediately on a violation of probation. So that is a factor that clearly concerns the court. Don't have anything else about the employment schedule. I think both of them can make advantages of the schedule. They can make it work. Any other factor deemed relevant by the court. So what we have here is a situation where 2 people are just now going through. I don't care whether you have this boudoir photographs made. I do think that it does create some issues you might want to think about as far as publishing those on the internet. But as far as this court is concerned, that's your life. You can do with it what you want. He can't control you anymore to do those things. If that's what you want to do, then you have at it. I'm just simply saying that you've got to consider your children from that perspective as well. And maybe years before that ever comes to their knowledge, but nothing that I saw on that demonstration that was given was anything that would be so severe that would traumatize the children, but perhaps I'm different than the children. Possession of the marital residence will be granted on a temporary basis exclusively to Mr. Valdez. Operation and control of the business will be granted to Mrs. Valdez because she is the person primarily responsible for running the business. I think he's had very limited control or whatever. As far as me setting aside Judge Lockhart Mash's order, I am not prepared to do that. I don't think it is appropriate for me to go behind her restraining order. And he has returned the extra $5,000. However, she will be held accountable for the operation of the business, and he will be entitled to have access through his attorney to any financial records that might be during the discovery process to determine how she's operating the business. I'm going to say some things that you're not going to like, and you just need to understand. And certainly Mr. Welding is not going to like them. He doesn't have any business being around these children, right? So he is prohibited from having contact with your children, from spending the night in your home when these children are present, period, exclamation point. Once you're divorced, that's a different matter. But right now you're in the middle of a divorce. And so for that reason, I'm limiting and prohibiting that contact. I've given you the reasons why I feel that that's not appropriate. But in addition to that, he'll have no interaction or no input or any involvement in the operation of this business. It's a jointly owned business between you and Mr. Valdez. You're going to operate it. You do it. He can give you advice if he wants to, but he's not going to be involved in it, period. You understand that? Then lastly, I'm going to order that you not make any more loans to Mr. Valdez. You don't give him any more funds. Every dollar that you have, theoretically, and every debt that you incur are considered, as long as you're married, to be marital debts and marital funds. So you cannot, I'm just prohibiting you from giving away to him or anyone else marital funds. So you're not, I'm basically saying you've got to use that money for your children and for yourself and for the business, but you can't give it away for anything else. And that includes incurring another debt to give money to anything else. So that, in my opinion, takes care of the business. So it really comes down to who's going to be the primary residential parent. Based upon this court's observation and determination, I find that Mr. Valdez should be the temporary primary residential parent. That is really just a jurisdictional designation. At this point, I'm going to set an equal residential schedule. I asked him the question about your parenting, about what concerns he had about it. And Mr. Welding is the only concern he had. Otherwise, he thought you were a good mother, the person you used to be. Well, we're going to establish a track record for you. You're going to have the children. We're going to just alternate weeks. Now, the two of you can agree on anything else, but you alternate weeks in between. You can exchange on Fridays, and if you all make up a different arrangement, so be it. But I intend for you to both have equal time. Why am I doing that? Because your children are my concern. They're missing their mother. They're with their father. You're going to each have an opportunity to establish a track record on how you deal with these children and how you deal with each other. Trust me when I tell you that if you come back in front of me and I hear another recording of you threatening him and cursing and so forth, you're likely to lose the equal residential schedule and go to something much more restricted. I don't want to do that because your children want to be with you. But I'm giving you the opportunity to do that, giving you the opportunity. If you want to be with him, that's your choice, Mr. Wilding, but you can do it when the children aren't present. And then I've given you the other restrictions. As far as when the children are with you, there will be no consumption of alcohol in your house, period. And it's not that I am opposed to it. I think the Bible is full of examples of alcohol being involved in it. That's my personal belief. May not square with everybody else's, but I believe there's no prohibition. What is prohibited are the extremes: gluttony, alcoholism, being given a strong drink. Those things are what the Bible says you shouldn't do. Not that I'm preaching, but since your background is such, I think that's what you need to think about. So I'm not restraining her from consuming alcohol. I'm just simply saying don't do it when the kids are around on a temporary basis. Once we get through this divorce, if you decide you want to do it, then you may have to do it with some restraint. But having every night of the week, 2 or 3 drinks is not a moderate consumption of alcohol. When you get to be my age, you look at these articles about how bad it is for you to have that frequently of an alcoholic drink, and it can carry a long-standing effect. I am not going to order a drug test at this point because she has admitted from the stand that she has used the mushrooms. That was a part of the basis that I gave for it, for my ruling. But obviously it goes without saying you're prohibited from consuming any sort of illegal narcotics, drugs, herbs, or anything else that might be considered to be illegal. Child support will be calculated between the two of them. Parties will exchange the information regarding their respective incomes and calculate the days at 50-50 right now, and go from that. Mr. Valdez, I question you about what you thought of her, because she's never going to be the woman that you thought you married anymore. She's no longer going to be that person. Doesn't make her a bad person. It just means she's going to be independent. She's not going to listen to you. But there will be no arguing, no fussing, no fighting between the two of you regarding these children or about these children. I don't want to see any emails that are hateful and full of anger. I want to see kindness between the two of you. Everybody understand that? All right. Is there anything I have not addressed?
Judge?
Yes.
Well, as far as the parenting plan goes, am I right in suggesting my parenting plan needs to be amended for equal time and then it's adopted? Or, because we always get in the holidays.
I just think we just need to, I don't care whose parenting plan is used, it doesn't matter. He's the primary residential parent on a temporary basis. There will be an equal residential schedule alternating weeks unless the parties otherwise agree. And they obviously have been agreeing to sometimes swapping out. Holidays will be alternated. We have the next holiday coming up is, I'm told, Halloween. My clerk says I'm not supposed to hold court on Halloween, but if they have Halloween, do it together. Goodness gracious, you've got kids that want to go trick or treating. Set aside your grievances and the two of you take them trick or treating together, or share the day. Half with you, half with her, whatever. I don't care. Thanksgiving will be the next one. We'll divide it. The children have been primarily with him. She'll have Thanksgiving Day and Friday. He'll have Saturday and Sunday. Christmas, it'll just be reversed. He'll have Christmas Eve and Christmas Day until 2 o'clock, and she'll have 2 o'clock Christmas Day until December the 26th at 6 p.m. I don't know how much simpler it can be than that.
That's fine, Judge. Just always get those questions. And then decision-making authority.
Decision-making will be, there'll be joint decision-making, but parties cannot agree. And I want to encouraging your discussion and your ability to communicate with each other. If you can't agree on a temporary basis, then the primary residential parent will have the final say in those 4 decisions. But he can't just make a unilateral decision regarding your children. He has to talk to you first. And if he does that, that violates this court's order, and that will be considered at the final hearing as well. Obviously, I want to see that both of you have time with your children and set a track record to see how well you two communicate. Anything else?
And you put in there, this is all subject to change if they agree to it.
Subject to,
put in there, I think what you were saying is this parenting plan can be changed by agreement of the parties.
yeah, as long as the parties agree. And I'm going to, with the relationships the two of you have had in the past and with my experience, if you're going to make a change, I don't care how minor it is, do it in writing in the form of an email where you both agree, something so that there's a record showing that you agreed, because otherwise one of you will come into court saying you agreed, the other one says you didn't. All right, I have a raft of cases yet to get to, Mr. Holly.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, next case is Valdez versus Valdez. Ms. Valdez, do you have an attorney?
I cannot afford one, no.
I'm sorry?
I could not afford one, no.
Put that microphone over there on her desk and turn it on, please. All right, we have 2 matters before the court. The first is an ex parte restraining order, and that is set for hearing today. The other is the order of protection that was obtained after the entry of that ex parte restraining order. The restraining order was filed February the 20th of 2024. The ex parte restraining order was obtained on February 23rd of 2024. And we will hear the restraining order first, and then we'll hear the order of protection. All of that seems to me to be fair game to hear it all at once. So you want to begin, since you are the moving party on the initial matter, Mr. Holly?
Yes, sir. If I could address the court briefly, we have filed some things, and in these things is also a petition for contempt.
Is what? Is
a petition for contempt, as criminal contempt. And Mrs. Valdez may want to be instructed about her right not to self-incriminate herself at that point, or however the court wishes to do that. I want to bring that to the court's attention.
We're not hearing the criminal contempt today, but I will certainly advise her of the fact that if she is charged with criminal contempt, then her testifying about some of these matters could potentially incriminate herself in that criminal contempt.
The facts are very much intertwined.
Ms. Valdez, the matters that are before the court today are the ex parte restraining order, and then there's a pending petition for criminal contempt against you that has been filed. I need to advise you that if you are charged with criminal contempt, then the punishment that would be inflicted upon anyone found in criminal contempt is a possible fine or a possible incarceration of 10 days in the county jail for each violation of the court's orders. Anyone who is charged with criminal contempt has the rights of any other criminal defendant, that you have the right to be presumed to be innocent. You have the right to remain silent. You cannot be compelled to give evidence against yourself, and you potentially have the right to an attorney. And if you cannot afford an attorney, one could be potentially appointed for you on the criminal contempt. We are not dealing with the criminal contempt motion because you have 30 days to file an answer to that. So it's not ripe for hearing. But this motion for restraining order, Mr. Holly points out, contains many of the same allegations as the criminal contempt motion. Therefore, if you testify about those matters, you could potentially be giving evidence that could incriminate you in the criminal contempt motion. So you have the right to, basically, and one of the rights you have is the right to obtain counsel. Are you wanting to obtain counsel? I know you said you could not afford. Are you employed?
Yes, I'm employed.
All right. Are you asking for me to appoint an attorney on the criminal contempt citation?
Yes, and forgive me, I'm confused. You said I had 30 days from now?
You do.
Okay.
Well, from the date you were served.
Okay, I was not aware of that, but I did contact my former lawyer, Donna Tees, to represent me in this matter. Unfortunately, she needed a new retainer. That's why I couldn't afford it. But she did not know that it was a criminal case, for lack of better words. And so she told me that I could not have free representation, basically. I would have to lawyer it. But if I can, that would be wonderful.
Well, you can only have it on the motion, on the criminal contempt motion.
Yes.
This hearing today is about whether or not that ex parte restraining order should be extended or whether it should be dissolved, and whether or not the ex parte order of protection that you obtained against Mr. Valdez should be extended or dissolved. Those are the only two issues. So what I would simply observe is that because of the nature of the criminal contempt and the intertwining of those facts and evidences, then you may need to consult an attorney before you go further in the case. Do you intend to contact your former attorney and to discuss it with her, or are you wanting, if you want to obtain an attorney appointed for you, then I'm going to have you fill out an affidavit of income and expenses for me to determine whether you are qualified or whether you qualify to have appointed counsel as any other criminal defendant. You understand that?
Yes, sir, I do. And forgive me, you saying that jogs my memory on the latest conversation I had with Ms. Donna Tees. She's very well acquainted with my annual income. And in her professional opinion, she does not think that I would qualify for representation.
So you don't think you would qualify since you are employed, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then under the circumstances, you understand that at any point during this proceeding today, you have the right to simply invoke your rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to say, I decline to answer that question on the grounds it might tend to incriminate me, or just simply say, I invoke my rights under the Fifth Amendment to refuse to answer it.
Yes, sir.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then we're ready to proceed on this motion for the restraining order, Mr. Holly. That will be the issue that I'll consider today first. Then we'll move to the order of protection. So do you have any witnesses that you intend to call other than your parties?
Well, I do, Judge. One is the officer, and I'd like to call her a little out of order, the officer back here that works nights, and I would like to go ahead and.
All right, well, let's call her out of order then.
This would be Miss Jennifer Resendez. I'm saying that right. Resendez? Tiffany.
Go step around, please.
Resendez. Instead of a Z, it's an S?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. What happens when we hurry up and subpoena folks? All right, if you would state your name for the court, please.
Tiffany Resendez.
Now, you move that microphone away from you. I'm going to ask you to move it towards you because
I'm loud, so that's why I did that.
That's all right. You can be as loud as you want to be, just don't be soft.
And Mr. Resendez, where are you employed?
I'm sorry.
Where are you employed?
The town of Kingston Springs Police Department.
All right, and how long have you been working there?
May will be 4 years.
Okay. And in your 4 years working with the police department, have you had opportunities to go out on domestic calls?
Many.
What would you say your experience would be in handling domestic calls and going to people's houses for, issues that you're called out on domestic?
Very experienced.
Okay. Was this your first job with Kingston City?
No,
Okay, where did you work before that?
Ashland City Police Department.
Okay. How many years have you been in law enforcement?
Since 2019.
So in your duties as the Kingston Springs Police Department, did you have an opportunity to go to 3 in Kingston Springs?
Yes,
And that would be the home, as you knew it, of Miss Leah Valdez, is that correct?
yes,
And you went there on February, I believe it is 16th and 17th, that Friday and Saturday, is that accurate?
yes.
And can you describe to the court, what kind of call you got that brought you out there?
Sure. Mr. Valdez had called the Cheatham County Dispatch Center on both of those dates, asking for a welfare check to be completed on his 3 minor children. I was dispatched to Maple Street to see if I could make contact with anybody there. The Friday night I went out there. It's standard procedure that when we go there, we log any vehicles that are parked in front of the address. I did go ahead and make note of the 2 vehicles that were parked in front of the address. One came back registered to Ms. Valdez. One came back registered to somebody that was not either your client or Ms. Valdez. It was a van that was registered out of Indiana. I went up to the residence, knocked on the door several times, no answer. I did not hear any voices, juveniles or otherwise. There was a hallway light on that you could see through the glass window in the front door. No contact was made. I advised dispatch no contact was made, and I went back in service. I gave Mr. Valdez a public service afterwards to advise him that no contact was made. The second welfare check that I did the night after, same circumstances, logged the 2 same vehicles. They were parked in the same positions as they were the night before. This time, when I approached the front porch area, an immediate odor of what seemed to be marijuana, which was very strong, was immediately noticed upon entering the porch area. I did note a male and female voice that I could hear. It didn't sound like it was coming from inside the residence. It kind of sounded like it was coming from either a back porch or maybe a basement area. I stood there for a couple of seconds to see if I could hear what they were saying, but you could not hear what they were saying. No juvenile voices were noted. I knocked on the door several times, no answer. Knocked on the door again, louder, no answer, again louder with my quote unquote mommy knock, no answer again. I called dispatch at that time and specifically requested that they make a special note in the CAD, which is our CAD report that dispatch does, to make a note that the odor of marijuana, or what seemed to be marijuana, was specifically strong when I entered the porch area, and that no contact was made.
And can you describe kindly how you knocked during those occasions?
Do you want me to knock, or do you?
Well, you talked about a certain type of knock. Can you describe it? Eventually, how loud did you knock?
Sure. So the second time that I went there, when I heard the voices, there is a storm door that has a storm window, top and bottom. The storm door was not closed all the way. So I eventually, when I first knocked, it was just a regular knock. Then I noticed that the storm door was open, so I opened the storm door. When I knocked on the regular door, I knocked a regular knock because I didn't want to wake the children if they were sleeping. It was around 11:30 at night, and I know that they're juveniles, so if somebody's in the house and I don't need to wake the children, I'm not going to. Noting that I had heard a male and female adult voice, I knocked harder, and it wasn't a knock to where, hey, I'm going to enter the house, but it was definitely a knock to let somebody know, hey, I'm here. But no contact was made.
In your opinion, professional opinion, was there any way that someone could have been in that house and not heard that loud knock?
The only way that I would think that they would not hear it is in the house if they were in maybe a basement and all doors were closed and music was playing. But if they were reasonably around the same area as the front door, they would have heard the knock, only because I did not hear any music and I could hear the voices.
Okay. Judge, if I could borrow the screen just for a moment, I have a photograph I'd like to put up there. I'm already plugged in. Resendez, when it comes up, I'm going to show you a photograph and ask if you recognize that photograph. There we go. So, Ms. Officer Resendez, I'm sorry, can you describe, if you will, well, first of all, do you recognize this photograph?
I've never seen the photograph before, but I recognize the house, the white car, and the gold van in the far.
When you described earlier the home and Mrs. Valdez's car and the van behind it, is this a fair depiction of what you have
Yes,
testified to?
yes.
Okay. And the van in the back came back to what individual?
Is it okay if I reference my? So when I ran the license plate, it was actually an Indiana license plate, handicap license plate. I actually ran the VIN as well, just to make sure that the license plate matched the VIN number on the van. It came back to a 2004 GMC golden color vehicle registered to a Jennifer Kramer. I don't know who that is, but that's who the vehicle's registered to.
Do you believe her to have any relation to Mr. Christopher Wilden?
I can't testify as to who I heard this from, but I do remember somebody advising me that that was maybe his mother. I'm not sure if that's accurate though.
Were there any distinguishing markings on the back of the van?
Yes, there's 2, maybe 3 very distinguishable bumper stickers on the back.
Can you explain to the court, testify to the court what they said, and you can abbreviate if you'd like.
Sure. I remember 2. One, I do not remember what it said. On the driver's side bumper, it was a bumper sticker that was sexual in nature. I can't remember what it said. On the passenger side bumper, there was a bumper sticker that said free blowjobs.
Did you find the bumper stickers on the back of the car to be kind of uncharacteristic from a disabled lady in Indiana to have on the back of her van?
I can't testify to that. Everybody's got their own.
I understand. You're familiar with Lindsay Palazzi?
She is the wife of another officer that works for Kingston Springs.
Okay, and she lives across the street from?
I'm not sure of her address, but she lives across the street from there. I'm not sure which house though, yeah.
Okay, and you've communicated with her. Can you testify as to whether or not she is familiar with today's proceedings?
I'm sure she is.
Did she ever testify to you that?
Holly, in fairness to Mrs. Valdez, even though she's not represented by counsel, I'm not going to allow you to introduce a bunch of hearsay that she doesn't know that she can object to. It seems to me that it would be inadmissible hearsay for her, for this officer who's doing a great job of testifying, to quote what somebody else is telling her. So she has some exception to the hearsay.
I don't feel comfortable testifying to third party.
Well, if I may address the court, it's non-hearsay. It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. We have subpoenaed, and the court will see in the record, this lady to testify today. I've offered her a Zoom link. I don't know if she's on Zoom. My understanding was she just wasn't going to be here today. And later on, when Mr. Valdez testifies, I connect some of this up. I'm going to ask for an 804 exception as the declarant is unavailable. We've done everything we could do to try to subpoena this lady to be here today, and I'll just leave it at that. So
I'm not going to require this officer, who obviously is very conscientious, to testify about what somebody else said to her. So
Can I make one comment?
certainly.
I will say that Ms. Palazzi is out of town at a conference, and the person that accepted the subpoena on her behalf is my sergeant. She is not employed by the town of Kingston Springs whatsoever. I'm not sure.
That answers the question why she's not with us.
well, we knew all of that, but she was aware of the subpoena. And I just think it adds to the 804 exception, a little bit, but that's fine. That's all I have.
Now, Officer, if you'll wait just a moment. Ms. Valdez, you are now acting as your own lawyer at this purpose of this hearing. You have the right to ask questions. As you know, you cannot make a statement or argue with a witness, but you can ask a question. Do you wish to ask any questions?
No, sir, Your Honor.
And thank you, officer. You may stand down and you're released from your subpoena. You may go, I assume you may go home and go to bed.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Hawley, you may call your next witness.
Oh, Mr. Valdez, thank you. Stand right here, turn this way, right, and for the record, you're Vincent Russell Valdez, is that correct?
Yes.
And you are recently divorced from Leah Valdez, correct?
Yes.
And that divorce was finalized by this court on the 15th day of February of this year, correct?
Yes.
And you have 3 children, correct?
Yes.
And for the record again, what ages are the children?
2, 6, and 8.
Okay. And in your divorce decree, was there to be any contact with Christopher Wilder?
No. There was Leah signed that there would be a no contact with Christopher Wilden or Christopher Draper. I think he has a third name now too, though.
And the divorce decree that we submitted to the court was an agreed divorce decree, correct?
Yes.
It's something that the two of you came together in mediation and agreed to, correct?
Yes.
And both of you signed same and presented to the court, and the court has approved it, correct?
Yes.
And the no contact with Mr. Wilden was actually carried over from a hearing where the judge ordered no contact, is that correct?
Yes, Judge Wolf.
And based on that, when was the first visitation for your ex-wife?
After the 15th?
Mm-hmm.
It was the following day, the 16th. In our divorce decree, I have me and the children are moving down to Texas to be around family, to be around a support system. Now that I have primary custody of the kids, and until I move to Texas, Leah has every other weekend with them, and then every other Wednesday that she doesn't have that weekend. So that was she was going to have them on the 16th through the Sunday after.
Okay. And on Friday the 16th, let's start there. Did you have some concerns about Mr. Wilden being at the home?
Yes.
Where did they generate from? And you can't say what somebody told you, but as far as what your concerns were, you can testify to that, and basically how you knew.
Well, it was from two main concerns. One was my oldest son. He described hearing them have sex, and then the other was from a neighbor that reached out to me on social media to let me know kind of what was going on.
Okay. And what was the name of that neighbor?
Lindsay, I forgot her last name. Palazzi or Plipsy or something like that.
Okay. And did you attempt to subpoena Ms. Palazzi, I'll pronounce it that way, today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever provide her through email with a Zoom link?
Yes.
Have you had communications with Ms. Palazzi about the court hearing today and the subpoena?
Yes.
And what has she told you about appearing today?
That she was out of town and that she's really doesn't want to get her name involved because she lives across the street from Leah, and she's concerned about getting harassed by Leah and her boyfriend.
She did tell you she was out of town today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the course of that, has she sent you, or have y'all communicated via text?
Yes. It was the communication started on social media. A close friend of mine started a GoFundMe for me and my children to cover the expenses of moving to Texas. And she found that and reached out to me on social media and was just congratulating and saying that, you know, she was happy and then that me and the kids need to get as far away from this situation as possible.
Were you there, or did you go with the officer for the welfare check on that Friday, the 16th?
No.
Did the officer communicate with you later about what she saw and observed on the 16th?
Yes.
And what she saw and observed as well on the 17th, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And was that accurate, that description, what she told you on the 16th and 17th, was that accurate from her testimony here today?
Yes.
Now, when you picked the children up, did you ask Mrs. Valdez about what had transpired that weekend with Mr. Wilden and the children?
Yes, I did eventually. I noticed, the first thing I noticed is my son's hair was cut and he had designs on the side of his head, which wasn't a big fan of because it's against the dress code of the school he goes to now, as well as the public school I've registered him in Texas. But without even, as soon as the kids walked in the door, shut the door, my son said, "Christopher Draper cut my hair." And so I immediately walked outside, asked Leah, I'm like, "Hey, was your boyfriend around the kids?" And she said yes. Believe she said, I said, "You know, do you not realize that you're in contempt of court by doing that?" And her words, I believe, was, "I don't give a shit." She's like, "You know, no judge is going to send me to jail. So, you know, a mother to jail. So, you know, there's nothing, you know, go take me to court. You can use that GoFundMe money to take me to court." Kind of just throwing it in my face, you know, about everything.
If I could, Judge, I would like to plug in. Did you record some of that?
I did.
Some of that discussion?
Yes.
I want to play a recording for you and ask you if you recognize this as that recording.
This is audio only?
Audio only, yes, sir. Let's see, I'm not 100%.
Mommy, I need that. Christopher Draper gave me his haircut.
I want to talk to you about that. Hey. First thing River says when I walk in the house is Christopher Draper gave me that haircut.
Yeah, he did.
So you're just going to violate the court orders?
I mean, honestly, Vince, I don't really give a shit. You're going to Texas, and he's going to be in our lives one way or another.
Yeah, but you wrote for a year, Leah.
Huh?
You wrote that you wouldn't be around him for a
Well, then
year.
lawyer up, take him back to court, but you're going back to Texas, and it's going to be very expensive for you, and that GoFundMe is all going to go towards that.
You realize that means like jail time for you, right?
If the judge deems that, you can push for that just like you did months ago, but the judge still has to sign off on that. And no judge is going to put a mom in jail because she's letting her kids around her future husband.
I'll see you in court then.
All right, bye.
Was that a fair and accurate depiction of the recording of your conversation?
Yes.
And she said that he's going to be back in their lives one way or another. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What concern does that cause you?
Well, my concern is, I mean, we settled everything in mediation, and my point in mediation was to protect my children. And because Leo's willing to sign that her boyfriend would not be around the kids, that's why I signed off on the mediation. I didn't think that she would so blatantly, you know, be in contempt of what she's signed, especially a day after it's been signed, our divorce decree. You know, she will, right now she has, until I move to Texas, which is next week, she has every other weekend with the kids. And then this summer she'll get 2 consecutive weeks of visitation with them. And she's made it clear that the kids were going to be around this guy. And, you know, what was the point of signing any of this stuff if you're just going to, you know, not regard any of it?
Are you concerned about I mean, you heard the testimony last time that they were, I think, drinking pretty much every afternoon together.
Yeah.
That they were using mushrooms together.
Yes.
You heard the testimony that Mr. Wilden said he wasn't going to stop using mushrooms, I believe.
Yes. Well, also in our divorce decree, Leah also signed that she would not be getting intoxicated while she has the kids or taking any kind of illegal substances. Now, you know, there's obviously the police officer did say that she smoked marijuana on the premises. As a parent, I don't love that, especially when you signed that you wouldn't be doing anything, especially, I mean, Leah has the kids 2 days, like every 10 days. Another thing that upsets me about this is the children should be your priority. You got 2 days to be with them. If I had only 2 days to see my children, I wouldn't be putting them to bed and hang out with my girlfriend if I had one. And it would be movie night. It would be, hey, you know, I'll see you in 2 days. This is my time with my children. And that doesn't seem to be a priority to Leah.
And again, if we need to get into the hearsay exception, I can, but did Mrs. Palazzi ever discuss with you other situations over at the home as far as the Valdez home over there, as far as being loud and being able to hear certain things?
What she described to me was, there's two things that was disturbing that she described to me. The first one, actually, I'll list the thing that's more disturbing to me is that she said the first red flag that she had with Leah was that when Leah first moved into the neighborhood, she asked her to watch the kids. And she said, no, I don't even know you. And then apparently Leah proceeded to get someone else to watch the kids. I mean, to be asking people you don't know to watch your children is not something that I don't think any parent would want. You know, I don't think people just hire like a babysitter on Craigslist or something like that. Like that's not something you should do. That's in their best safety. The second thing she said was that basically the whole neighborhood is kind of up in arms because Leah and her boyfriend will have such loud sex that the entire neighborhood cannot hear it. I believe the mayor lives right next door is very upset about it as well. And you know, there's some kind of BDSM stuff going on. I mean, Leah does wear a dog collar with a ring on it consistently. But the more concerning thing to me is getting people you don't know to watch our kids.
Has her mother expressed these concerns as well to you?
Yes. I mean, like we filed this restraining order and then, you know, conveniently 2 days later, Leah files an order of protection against me and her mother. And so, yeah, I mean, there's definitely, you know, some concerns there as well. Are
you asking the court today for some supervised visitation for Ms. Valdez, at least until we can hear this final petition and be somewhat relieved that Mr. Wilden is not going to be there and she's going to follow the orders of the court?
Yes.
And right now she can't remove the kids from your care, but you're okay with supervised visits as far as Ms. Valdez goes, just as long as Mr. Wilden is anywhere around?
Yes.
And do you feel comfortable that she's going to adhere to the court order based on what you've experienced just in the first weekend of visitation?
No, I mean, she's made it blatantly clear that she doesn't care about any court orders. I mean, Leah's voice can testify for itself that she doesn't care about it.
That's all I have.
Ms. Valdez, you're again acting as your own attorney. You have the right to ask questions. Do you want to ask questions? You're going to be able to testify if you want. Do you have any questions you want to ask him?
Yes, sir, I do. Do I come up there?
Come to the podium, yeah.
In your words, you say that I do not care about following court orders. Mm-hmm. But is it true that mere days after the September 23rd trial, when it was court mandated by Judge Wolf himself to stay away from Giggles and Glam operating the business, that you yourself inserted yourself into the business against his orders and were actually the reason why the business went under? I was sued from it. You yourself actually retained the $4,000 rent deposit. I have a business litigation lawyer that's willing to testify to that fact.
You're not asking a question, you're making a statement. So.
You're right. I apologize, sir. I'm new to this, obviously.
Judge, if I could lodge an objection, that has nothing to do with our restraining order. It was pre-divorce final decree of February the 15th. And I believe that's some of the allegations that's in our order of protection that we're supposed to take up after this.
And the instance you're talking about was while this case was pending, correct? You're talking about something that happened while the case was pending before the final decree.
I'm confused as to what you're asking, but the question I'm asking is, he's saying that I am in contempt of any orders that you give.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Yes, sir.
She's trying to demonstrate that while he may say she hasn't followed a court order and doesn't intend to, she's trying to demonstrate that in the past, he may not have shown an inclination to follow a court order.
No, that is not true.
All right. Do what?
I said, I was answering her question, that it was not true what she's stating.
All right, well, that's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Valdez, you may step down. Mr. Holly, you may call your next witness.
Can I have a moment with my client, Judge?
You may.
Unless Ms. Palazzi happened to show up on Zoom, Judge, that's all I have. I don't think she had.
Have someone in the waiting room. We'll bring them in and see if that's who you're talking about.
That's the franchise owner for Giggles and Glam that eventually took the whole franchise back. She's here for the order of protection testimony, if we get into that.
All right.
So.
Put her back in the waiting room. All right. Do you want to testify in this case regarding this motion for a restraining order?
Is this my chance to rebuttal? And
Yes.
yes, sir, I would.
Then come around. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Well, first of all, let's take our mid-morning recess. So we'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
All rise.
All right, Ms. Valdez, I think you were about to testify. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, come on back up. Has she been placed under oath? I don't know.
I have not yet.
Switch the camera. Ms. Valdez, it's your opportunity if you wish. You have something, Mr. Honan.
Judge, if I can address the court, you've already admonished her, already described to her about her right not to self-incriminate herself, but having been here before, I would ask the court just to maybe refresh that to her so that she fully understands that.
Ms. Valdez, you and I had a conversation a little bit ago in which I wanted to make sure that you understood your rights, and I'm just going to advise you again. You are charged with criminal contempt for violation of a court order in your final decree. Your final decree, says the following. The mother shall, and I'm looking at page 3 of that final decree and a parenting plan on page 3 under subsection J, other, and it states the following. The mother shall not allow the minor children to have contact with Christopher Ryan Wilden, also known as Christopher Draper, the mother's paramour, and Mr. Wilden shall not be present on the residence premises of the mother during her visitation with the minor children. Number 4, neither party shall consume alcohol in excess. Number 5, the mother shall not consume any illegal drugs and/or herbs that might be and are considered to be illegal. That's the part of this motion and the contempt citation that you've been cited into court. So I need to make sure that you understand that you have a right not to incriminate yourself. You have the right to simply say, I decline to answer questions because I'm under my Fifth Amendment right. Mm-hmm. So before you start testifying, just understand that anything that you testify about, any of those allegations that are made in that motion on those issues could be potentially used against you in that criminal contempt citation. Mm-hmm. But I will be glad, now that you've been admonished on those rights, I'll be glad to hear whatever it is that you have to say, okay?
Yes, sir. May I ask one question? The 10 days per violation, just from my understanding.
The what?
The 10 days in incarceration per violation, are those 4 different?
Every day, every violation of a court order. For example, if a person doesn't pay child support on a month, that's one violation. If they don't pay the next month, that's a second violation,
Okay.
even though there's the same type
Right.
of thing.
Mhm.
So if you had, for example,
Mhm.
if it was proven that you had the children around Mr. Draper on one day and you had him around another day and another day, each one of those is potentially a different violation, and each one of those carries a potential of 10 days in jail.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that you understand those rights before we begin your testimonies. That I will state for the record, Mr. Holly, that I think there has been an explanation of her rights to her that's sufficient to advise her, and she will now offer whatever she wishes to.
So I'm free to speak, correct?
You are.
Okay. So going back to the mediation agreement, I did agree upon Vince's terms of the kids not being around Christopher Wilden for a year. Full disclosure, during that mediation agreement, he gave me two options. One was to own.
I would object to anything in the mediated agreement. As the court's well aware, that's all confidential, and nothing in the mediated agreement can be used in the court.
Mediation is, what happens in mediation by statute in the state of Tennessee is confidential and cannot be introduced in a court proceeding. So I have to sustain the objection.
So then I'll pivot how I'm explaining this. I agree to those terms because Donna Tees and I had agreed to just get the divorce finalized. It had been a very tumultuous and traumatic last 6 months. We knew that if we did not mediate that day, we were looking at minimum another 6 to 12 months in the divorce proceedings. Quite frankly, I did not have the mental and emotional energy to go through another 6 to 12 months, let alone financially. And so, yes, I agreed to those terms so we could get the divorce. Right after that, Dawn and I had a conversation where she said, let the water simmer down, let things cool off. She said, let's take him back to custody court in 8 to 12 weeks. I can represent you as a custody attorney, and we will get that, for lack of better words, I don't know the lingo, but amended or whatnot. My conversations with Vince after the mediation is he said, don't worry, it's minimum going to be a year before I move back to Texas. And so in my mind, I thought it's very manageable for Christopher Wilden to not be in the home when I have the kids every other weekend and on Wednesday nights. But when he dropped the bomb on me a few days later that he was, for lack of better words, picking up and moving out of town so suddenly, which was devastating, quite frankly, I panicked. I contacted Donna. I said, how soon can we, remedy this? I could not afford a new retainer that quickly. And so I say all that to mean that's why I agreed to those mediation terms. Because in my mind, in the long game of it, I wanted the divorce to be finalized, but I was prepared to go back.
I would object as to why she agreed to the mediation terms. That goes back to the formulation of the mediated agreement, and as the court knows, is all confidential.
Well, she's not quoting what was said in mediation. She's stating why she agreed to the terms, so overrule the objection.
As to the welfare visits, my master bedroom is right above the front door. I always sleep with the window open because there's no central AC or air up there. Not once have we, I'm not saying the officer did not show up, obviously she did, but not once have we heard any knocking, nothing like that. We have 2 dogs, they have not barked. As to the smell of marijuana, quite frankly, I don't want to incriminate anyone that I know, but people in that area smoke marijuana freely. And just because you smell it outdoors and outside, even though you claim it's on, once you walk up onto my front porch, does not mean it's all hearsay and speculation. It does not mean that it was for me. I do not smoke marijuana. That's all speculation. As to the voices that the officer heard, she herself said it sounded like it was coming from a basement or a back porch. I know on that night, I was upstairs in my bedroom. At 11:30 at night, I was asleep. I've been working 12-hour days, 6 days a week to try and pay for lawyer bills, everything like that. And so I think those things that they're bringing to the table are all speculation and hearsay. And there's no way that I can prove, or disprove what they're accusing me of. But even the screenshots that my ex-husband has with a neighbor saying that I walk around with a dog collar and we have sex so loudly, to be frank, and I don't mean to be crass, but I'm in the privacy of my own home. what I do in my private life, I feel like should not be brought up here in court when it comes to me being a good mother, when it comes to my sexual relationship with my now fiance. We get married in 7 weeks. Me wearing this necklace that he's referring to at the ring, quite frankly, that's my own personal choice. I'm not going to go after someone if they're wearing jewelry of a religious nature or cultural nature. Like, that's something that's part of my private life. If I think there's a fine line between if someone agrees with how you live personally, they can have their opinions, but that should not factor into, am I a good mother? Am I safe around my children? You know, I understand that there's a blatant violation of a court order, but to bring in all of this smoke and mirrors that Holly is doing, I don't think that that's ethical and right.
All right. Anything else?
Until he starts to question me? No, sir, I don't believe so.
Okay. Mr. Holly, you may cross-examine.
Ms. Valdez, first of all, Christopher Draper Wilden, is that his name?
Christopher Wilden.
Christopher
That is his legal
Wilden.
name.
Has he changed his name recently?
No, sir, he has not.
Okay. So you're familiar with February the 16th then as a visitation day for you to have the children?
Can you remind me if the 16th was a Wednesday or the following weekend?
I believe that was the Friday.
Okay.
Your
Yes.
divorce was finalized, I believe,
That
on the
was-
15th.
mhm.
And Mr. Valdez said, we'll start the visitation this week.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. And that was the 16th on that Friday.
Mhm.
And you took the kids at 6 p.m. on that day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
And Mr. Wilden spent the night with you on that night, correct?
After the kids had gone to bed, yes, he spent the night with me. He did not have any contact with them that night.
Okay. So he was there on the 16th. What time did he get there on the 16th?
Oh, gosh, 8:30, 9 o'clock.
And your testimony is the kids didn't see him on that day?
They did not know they were
But
in
he
bed.
was at the residence, correct?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and you're aware that's not supposed to happen pursuant to
Yes,
the
I
court
am.
order as well? He's not supposed to be on the residence when the children are present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then moving forward to February the 17th, and the kids were there with you on that day, correct? I mean, they woke up that morning at your house, and they spent the entire day with you, correct?
Yes, they did.
And they went to bed at your residence that night, correct?
Yes, they did.
And Mr. Wilden was there that morning, correct?
Yes.
And he got up and he interacted with the children, correct?
He did not interact with them that morning. He woke up prior to anyone else waking, and he went to work that day.
Okay. What time did he get home?
I think 6:30.
Okay. And was he around the children at 6 or 6:30?
Yes, he was. We did crafts and we made ice cream sundaes. He was around them for about an hour until I put them to bed.
Okay. And you understand that as a direct violation of the court order, correct?
Yes, I do.
And then what time did you and Mr. Wilden go to bed that night?
Oh, goodness. He was exhausted. He had thrown out his back, so I'm thinking it was earlier, maybe 9:30, 10.
He had thrown out his back?
Yes, he had thrown out his back, so he was in a lot of pain.
Okay. So that night of the 17th, did you and he drink any alcohol?
I believe I had a Corona, yes.
Did he drink anything?
No, he did not. Just because he was in so much pain, he was on painkillers for the pain.
Okay. And what painkillers was he taking?
It's a Advil or Aleve dual action. That's
Is
all.
it a prescription
No,
medication?
you can get over the counter.
Was either one of you taking any narcotic drugs on that day?
No, we were not.
Okay. So on the 16th, I'll ask the same question. When the children were there and you and Mr. Wilden were there, they were, according to your testimony, in bed. But did you have anything to drink that night?
I had some red wine, yes, up in my room.
Okay.
And he had Corona.
And he had a Corona? There were any illegal drugs that night?
No, sir, there were not.
All right. So then on the 18th, which would have been that Sunday, I believe, the kids woke up and he woke up and they were again together with each other.
Yes, we had breakfast together.
Okay. And then for that day, was that the day that he took the oldest, what's your oldest name?
River.
River. Is that the day that he took River for a haircut?
No, I took River Saturday afternoon for a haircut.
Okay, and that was to the shop of Mr. Wilden?
Yes, that was the first time he met the children officially.
Well, now I'm confused because he played with them on the 17th, which was the day before. I'm asking about that
No,
Sunday.
I said he met them on the 17th, that afternoon, that
Right.
Saturday.
Okay, but I'm talking about that Sunday, the 18th then. That's when you did the haircut?
No, I did the haircut Saturday, the 17th.
Gotcha. So on the 17th, then you took them from your home to his shop where he was working.
Yes.
And River got a haircut, and then you came back home, and Mr. Wilden came to your home then?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the 18th, let's focus on the 18th. I got confused. There was no haircut on the 18th. That was the 17th. The 18th, the children got up. Mr. Wilden was there, correct?
Yeah, he was there for about 45 minutes with us. We had breakfast as a family, and then he went back to work.
Okay. And then what time did he arrive back at your home?
It was after I had dropped the kids off at Vince's.
So on the 16th, they were around Mr. Wilden.
They were under the same roof, but they were not around him.
On the 17th, they were around Mr. Wilden when you took them to the shop, and then when he returned later,
Yes.
they was around them again. And then on the 18th, they were around him as well, correct?
That morning, correct.
Okay. And you understand that to be pretty much a direct violation of the court order?
Yes, I do.
And why would you violate this judge's order in such fashion?
To speak candidly,
Go ahead.
the last 6 months have been utter hell. I've had my personal life and my character, my motherhood come into question. I understand it was not the wisest thing to break a court order. I do. I still don't regret it because Christopher and I are getting married. He wants to be a part of the kid's life. He would never hurt them, regardless of what's been accused. And for once, I felt like I was taking control.
All right, so you knew the kids were going to a Christian academy, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that haircut was going to be in violation of the dress code for the children, correct?
I did not. It was a Jesus cross that River requested, and maybe you can say my nativity. I thought it was Christian school, a Christian cross, like, what's the big deal?
Why did you ever think to call Mr. Valdez to ask that question?
Quite frankly, no, because I genuinely did not think that would be in violation of any kind of dress code, a master barber cut.
You just weren't going to call Mr. Valdez and let him know that Mr. Wilden was around the children either, were you?
I told him the evening that we dropped off the kids, but no, I was not going to call him.
That was after River told that he was around Mr. Wilden, correct? You did not volunteer that to.
I knew that River asked me, he said, can I tell Daddy that I met Christopher Draper? And I said, yes, absolutely, you can.
Why would you not have cleared that with Mr. Valdez before you did it?
I believe in speaking candidly, as you know, Mr. Hawley, from the last 6 months, quite frankly, because I don't like him.
You understand that the judge heard a lot of testimony at the temporary hearing, and he initially ruled it's the best interest of the kids that they were not to be around Mr. Wilden, correct?
Yes.
So you understand that there are good grounds, as far as that goes, to continue that into this final decree of divorce, correct?
Was that judgment on the judge on behalf of his felonious record or because of how tumultuous the marriage and everything had been? I think those are two distinguishing factors between why the judge thought it was not in the best interest for the children to be around Mr. Wilden.
Well, that'd be a question obviously for the judge, but you understand the judge hearing everything that everybody had to say that day said that it's in the best interest that your children not be around Mr. Wilden.
I understand that.
And you understand that that was carried over into your final decree of divorce because that was what Mr. Valdez thought was still in the best interest of these children, correct?
Correct. Quite frankly, though,
And you agreed with that, did you not?
I did not, I have never agreed that it was not in the best interest of the children to be around Mr. Wilden. I think that there's a lot of pride and ego that goes into this on Vince's behalf, and he's leveraging his felonious past.
Do you remember signing the final decree of divorce and the parenting plan that was associated with that?
Yes, I do. I also
You
remember
signed
explaining
that-
why I
You
agreed to those
signed that
terms.
in your lawyer's office, Mrs. T's, correct?
Yes.
You had the benefit of counsel at that time, correct?
Mhm.
And you signed that parenting plan acknowledging that Mr. Wilden would not be around the children in any manner whatsoever for
Yes.
those 12 months, correct?
Yes.
And then at that point, it wasn't an automatic. It was that you could actually come in and file something if you felt like you were aggrieved in some manner at that point, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
It still wasn't that after 12 months, they could just have contact with Mr. Wilden. It was just going to be acceptable for you to file a
Yes.
motion or a petition, and you could come into court and ask the court to reevaluate the situation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But you didn't give Mr. Valdez or the court that opportunity when you just initially took the children and allowed them to have contact with Mr. Wilden, did you?
Yes, that's correct.
And you brought up a great word a minute ago. You said you were going to take control of the situation. In fact, wasn't it that when you took the river to go get that haircut, you're actually taking control and you're showing Mr. Valdez you're in control of the situation at that point?
I don't understand what you're saying.
You said it. You said that that was a matter of you taking control a minute ago. You remember saying that?
I was referring to me deciding to let the children meet my future husband.
Oh, absolutely. You're going to take control over that situation, are you not?
I made a decision, yes, and I own that.
And you made that decision taking control over that situation above what Mr. Valdez and you agreed to and above what the court actually ordered. Isn't that correct?
I think right now you're using my words in a twisted way to speculate something on my character, so I'm not going to answer.
So you heard an experienced officer testify today, Miss Officer Ramirez, I believe it was. You heard her testify that she smelled a distinct odor of marijuana coming from your home on that Saturday, the 17th.
Mm-hmm.
And that would have been in the hours of around 10 or 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And is it your testimony that you don't know where that came from?
I have speculations on where it came from, but based off of living in that neighborhood for the last 7 months, but I'm not at liberty to throw someone under the bus, what they do privately on their porch or in their home.
I want to know if you know where that came from, where it came from.
I can speculate where it came from, yes, but I am not going to expound on where I think that came from.
Well, Judge,
That's not
if
my
she's going to
place.
use this as a defense, I'm gonna ask the court to ask her to answer that question.
Why?
If she knows where it came from.
Why?
Because it's a violation of the court order, and it's the marijuana part with Mr. Wilden in the premises with the children.
It goes to her credibility, but I'm not going to force her to name some neighbor that she thinks is using marijuana. I'm not going to force that. So you've asked the question, she's answered it, and claims it's not hers, even though the officer clearly stated that she was standing on the front porch of her house and smelled it. So it goes to credibility, but it does not it does not require me to compel her to implicate some other neighbor of that situation. I understand her reasons why she wouldn't want to. She's given you her answer. It goes to her credibility.
So if I may, how far away is the closest house to your house then?
15 yards, maybe less.
And whose house is that?
I am not at liberty to say that.
All right. So are you saying that it came from another house or potentially from another person? Is someone on your porch smoking marijuana that you didn't know about? What are you saying?
I think
it
that
came
when
from?
you're outdoors and it's a windy night, a smell could come from anywhere, quite frankly, especially when the homes are as close as ours.
And the officer's testimony that she smelled it coming from your home then wouldn't be correct.
She said that when she approached our porch, that doesn't mean that she is accurate in knowing that it came from the living room or an upstairs window or a back porch. It's pure speculation.
And Mr. Wilden testified at the temporary hearing, again, as it carried over into your final decree, that he had used mushrooms
Yes.
and that he was going to use them again, or something to that effect. Do you remember that testimony?
I do remember that.
And that marijuana, I believe mushrooms, I believe what he testified to as to why he said it released what's in chambering him. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that.
So do you understand why the court had concerns as well as Mr. Valdez and put this order in place?
I can see that, yes. Mm-hmm.
You testified earlier that this was going to be a situation where you were going to sign the final decree of divorce and then in a couple of weeks come back to court and try to fix everything that you had signed off on. Was that your testimony?
To fight it, yes. I just wanted to have the divorce certificate because that was the biggest thing.
Biggest thing because you want to hurry up and get married to Mr. Wilden, correct?
No, and we can get to these details during the other order that is on the docket, but the last 6 months have been tumultuous to say the least, and until that divorce was signed, it was going to continue to be that.
And you're aware that in your divorce, you did allow for Mr. Valdez to move to Texas immediately, if that was the case.
Yes, there was an option for an immediate move, but he told me twice out of his own mouth. He said, don't worry, it's minimum going to be a year. I've got to sell the house. I got to find a job. I got to do all this. And then he dropped the bomb on all of us that he was moving in a matter of 3 to 4 weeks. I thought I would have a year to acclimate.
Ma'am, do you think that might have been because of the situation?
He was not prompted in any way during that time. I thought not only me, but my family, grandparents, would have a year to acclimate to that transition.
And on those 2 nights, again, your testimony is you never heard any knocking from the officer whatsoever.
Scout's honor, I did not, no. And truth be told, though, we also have neighbors that have told us they've knocked on our door, and I've just been in the restroom downstairs and I can't hear it. I don't know if it's the layout of the house or the age, but it's very hard to hear someone knocking at the front door.
And you heard her testimony that the way she knocked, that eventually there at the end, there wasn't much way that anyone in the house could not have heard that knock. You heard her testify to that?
Yes, and I agree with her logic, but at the same time, we also have 2 dogs, and not once did they bark, not once were they set off. Not saying she didn't knock, I'm just saying it's hard to hear someone knock on that front door.
The court ordered a drug test today. Would you pass it?
Yes, I would. I will say, though, to that effect, due to stress and actual hair loss because of stress, I have been taking legal CBD in my coffee for anti-stress, and I've also purchased legally distress gummies that have CBD in them.
The recording that you heard earlier, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you told Mr. Valdez on that afternoon?
Yes.
And all of that is true and accurate?
Yes, I said it.
You saw the picture that we introduced into evidence with your house and then a car and a van.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Mr. Wilden's van?
Yes, it is.
And you recognize that as his van?
Yes, it is.
Can I have just a moment, Judge?
You may.
That's all I have, Judge.
All right, I'm going to allow her to go ahead and testify about her reasons why she wants to extend the order of protection. We're going to move now to your order of protection. So you had obtained an order of protection that I reviewed, and under the law, it is incumbent upon a judge who reviews an order of protection. If facts are alleged in that could constitute a grounds for an order of protection, then we err on the side of caution by issuing an order of protection. That order of protection was extended as only to Mr. Valdez rather than to the children themselves. But if you want to tell me why you feel like you need an order of protection from Mr. Valdez, I'll be glad to hear that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My reasoning behind that is because ever since the September 23rd trial, social media has been stalked. There's been pictures taken of our vehicles, whether the kids are there or not there, in front of our homes.
Judge, I would object to the relevance of anything that would have occurred pre-divorce.
It's stalking. It's all accumulating to
Just a
stalking.
second.
You know,
It doesn't matter on an order of protection. The decree of divorce has nothing to do with an order of protection. There are two separate animals, and in my opinion, it does not preclude her from going into reasons why she would want an order of protection that might have existed prior to the entry of a final decree.
yes, sir.
Our home, my mother and Vince have driven past our homes countless times, taking pictures of vehicles.
Who has?
My mother and Vincent, my ex-husband, taken pictures of even Christopher Wilden's vehicle in a public setting in Kingston Springs. It feels like it's surveillance is being run on us, even when I don't have the kids. Like I said, we've had our social media stalked. I've had my former business, Giggles and Glam, stalked, where we've had pictures taken outside the business while I'm in there. It's been an accumulation of not feeling safe in my home. Like I don't have privacy. We've gotten blackout curtains because we feel like people are looking in our windows. And so for me to have peace of mind at my home, I want an order of protection to know that Vince or my mother cannot stand out in front of our home, park out in front of our home, run surveillance on us. I need that peace of mind.
I'm not considering anything regarding your mother because that's in a different
Yes.
court, if I understand correctly. It is only the question of whether or not that should be extended as to Mr. Valdez. All right. Anything else about that issue then?
No, sir.
Mr. Holly, you may cross-examine on this issue.
So you testified that your mother and Vince drove past your house. What dates did that happen?
I don't have specific dates, but I do have texts and emails from family members the next morning saying, we know that so-and-so was there
Well,
because.
you can't
but no, I
testify to
cannot
what
prove
somebody
that.
told you. I just want to know what you know, how you can prove. Do you have anything else, pictures, anything that would prove that your mother and Vince actually did drive by your home?
No, I have nothing to prove that. No hard evidence, just word of mouth.
And it's fair to say you and your mother had a relationship while you were kind of going through the divorce. You got estranged from each other, correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and that's because she was siding with Mr. Valdez against you in trying to protect these children. Is that fair and accurate?
I'm not at liberty to say. I think we'll get to that when her and I go to trial March 6th. That's between her and I.
Well, it's fair to say that was a topic.
That was a contributing factor, but her taking journal entries out of my home behind my back to use against me in court, I think that's a pretty unethical violation of trust and privacy.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Her removing journal entries from my personal home when I'm not there in order to use against me in a divorce trial, I think that's pretty unethical.
All right, so you said something about Mr. Wilden getting his vehicle, a picture taken in public settings. Were you in the vehicle at the time?
No, that instance I'm referring to
So
was
that doesn't
back
have anything to do with you at all, does it?
knowing that he's my future husband and he lives there. I think that has everything to do with me.
But you weren't in the van at all, and you weren't subject to any of the surveillance.
I was
so-called.
home at the time when these pictures were supposedly being taken.
And I mean, Mr. Wilden has these bumper stickers on the back of his van, one that says free BJ's. Could you think people are taking pictures of that?
That was a prank from his friend who owns a mechanic shop. He went and got his van repaired, and they put those on his bumper without him knowing.
Well, now to be fair, that's not his van. It was his mother's van.
And he
correct?
has purchased it, even though it's registered to her, he has purchased it, and that is his vehicle.
When did he purchase it?
He makes his final payment this month.
You said something about your social media being
Stalked.
But isn't it fair to say that social media is all public?
Yes, that's true. But when I have a private account and I have burner accounts, friend requesting me or trolling me on the internet based off of posts, after the September 23rd trial, whether it was him or Amanda Morell or someone, I don't know, it's all speculation, but someone made a YouTube video, submitted it to a court TV, smearing Christopher Wilden and I, and it went semi-viral locally. And we've had people come up to us on the street saying they think we're trash. We've had people dog us on social media. I mean, to me, that's social media. You're using social media to leverage against my defamation of character.
Well, I mean, you understand that the judge here in this court, everything here is on a YouTube channel for public consumption.
Yes, that's true. But when it's been edited and copy and pasted to make it look like we're saying something we're not, and the headline of the video is midlife crisis mom abandons children and runs off to party with felonious boyfriend, it's unethical. It's not right.
Well, you understand that was someone wholly unrelated to all the parties.
That's untrue, Mr. Hawley.
You're not familiar with the gentleman out in California that pulled this off the YouTube website and re-recorded it pretty much with what you just said. Are you familiar with that guy in California?
There's many renditions of that video online, not just one.
And it's got close to, what, 250, 300,000 views?
One of them, last time I checked, had over 100,000 views.
It could have been any of those folks, correct?
That's true.
Well, you're here today to get an order of protection and point the finger at Mr. Valdez about that. This is all his fault.
I think where there's smoke, there's fire. I think everything accumulates and adds up.
You testified about the Giggles and Glam business. There were some photographs that were taken outside of that business. And are you aware that those photographs showed actually the van of Mr. Wilden, that same van, out in front of Giggles and Glam? Is that a yes?
Yes, that's true.
And that the reason why that photo was taken was because the prior order said that Mr. Wilder was not to be anywhere near or have anything to do with the business.
So that was to...
You're familiar with that, correct?
I am, but you have it incorrect. That order was he was not to have anything with the operations of Giggles and Glam. He was also not to be involved with being a stylist in the salon during business hours. That night, and it was about 10 p.m. when that picture was taken. That was taken because I was being sued out of the business. My business litigation lawyer, Ernie Gilks, advised me to go up there and remove anything that was not on the asset list, personal effects, whatnot. And so Christopher Wilden and I drove up there after hours at the advice of my business litigation lawyer saying it was legal to go remove personal effects, things that weren't on the asset list, like furniture and equipment. And so, yes, we were loading up his van.
And someone took a photograph of that, correct?
There was multiple people affiliated with Vince that were running surveillance on the store.
Ma'am, you don't have any proof that Mr. Valdez was out in front of that building taking those pictures, do you?
You also don't have any proof that it was me smoking pot upstairs in my bedroom. This is all purely speculation and hearsay. I didn't say I was smoking pot. I said, you have nothing to prove that I was.
Man, I don't, but you just said something
I'm not
about
saying I admit it. I'm saying it's pure speculation. It's all hearsay. You can assume something, but it doesn't mean it's right.
So you testified that people were looking in your windows.
I did not testify that people were looking in my windows. I said we were scared because of all the scrutiny we've been under and the judgment that I wouldn't put it past someone to look into my living room or my kitchen window to see what we were doing. So that's how unsafe I feel in my home.
So this has nothing to do with Mr. Valdez. You're just looking at the public in general.
No, this has everything to do with Mr. Valdez and him contacting friends and family and defaming my character.
But do you have any proof that he ever went and looked in your windows?
No, I do not have any proof.
Now, just a moment, Judge.
Right.
All I have, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down.
Go ahead and have a seat back there.
Mr. Holly, you want to put on any proof? Do you have any other witnesses, Ms. Valdez, about the order of protection aspect?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you wish to put on any proof regarding the order of protection?
I would call Mr. Valdez to.
Ms. Valdez, I would remind you, you remain under oath.
All right, we've already had the introduction, Mr. Valdez, so let's jump right into it. So as far as stalking the residence of Mrs. Valdez, have you stalked the residence of Mrs. Valdez?
No, I haven't. I have not done surveillance on her house, nothing like that.
So how are you getting this information?
People literally will offer. I mean, the neighbor reached out to me out of nowhere. A friend of mine, without even my knowledge, went in those photos she's talking about his van being parked down the street. A friend of mine went and did that on his own without even notifying me. A lot of people are very concerned about the children. I know that Leah's trying to make it out to be like I'm obsessed with her or something like that, but I'm literally moving to Texas next week. I've got a full-time job. I'm the primary parent of 3 children, got primary custody. I'm in the middle of moving. I don't have time to stalk my ex-wife. I as far as my cares for her, I care for her as far as the mother of my children. I want her to be healthy, and I want her to that aspect, but I'm not obsessed with her or her boyfriend in any way, other than I just want to make sure my kids are safe.
Do you admit, or would you deny any of the allegations that she has said?
Yeah, I mean, almost all of them. I mean, I also think it's kind of telling that if she was so scared, why did she wait until 2 days after I got this restraining order put in place to get this order of protection? If I was stalking her so incessantly, why would you wait until a week before I leave the state permanently to file a order of protection on me? That I'm like, what am I mean, I'm literally me and the kids are set to move to Texas. The kids are registered in school down there. I have a lease signed for a house down there. Everything is set in place for us. Family are there with a mule train ready for us. I mean, I am, the only thing I can see from that is that Leah has a lot to hide, and she's I guess upset that people are calling her out on the things that she's done.
These people that are calling her out, have you directed any of them to do any of that initially?
No.
And you said all these people have just reached out to you?
Yes.
Did you have people reach out to you because of the YouTube videos?
Yes, I put all my social media stuff on private just because I was having so many people reach out. Now, granted, they were very kind messages, but I still don't want random people just looking at my kids and stuff. And I'm sure Leah's experienced that as well. It might be the opposite, but yeah, I have had a lot of random people reach out. I think people, no matter how Leah wants to cloud the waters on how tumultuous the last 7 months have been, I have not threatened Leah. I mean, she states in the order of protection that I've threatened her. She also states that I have told her she's never going to see the kids again. That's not true. In fact, she told me that. It was played in court here for Judge Wolf on our last trial. I have never said any of those things. I never speak ill of Leah to our children because that is their mother. Any of those things that she's saying is not true.
So we talked about stalking her home. You've denied that. Have you tracked any of her vehicles?
No, I don't have the time to go and track her vehicles. Like I said, I'm juggling 3 kids, a full-time job, and a move to Texas right now. And I don't have time to go follow her places. If I was doing it, I'd have to do it with my 2-year-old.
Have you hacked into any of her emails?
No, I have not.
Have you contacted any of the clients? She says my businesses and contacted clients of mine spreading lies in order to hurt my company.
No, I have not.
Have you done that?
No.
She talks about that photograph that people were taking.
One of her employees took
Explain
that. Yeah, one of her employees took it because Leah and Mr. Wilden or taking items from the business. Amanda Morell is ready to testify as well, but she was taking things out of the business. The police showed up, made her put the stuff back into the business that she was taking from the business. That's when we lost it.
She wasn't happy about that at all.
No, I mean, she also accuses me of being the reason we lost the business, even though Judge Wolf put her fully in charge of the business. And
the business is defunct.
It is.
You have a large government loan.
Yes, I'm going to have to file bankruptcy because of this. I mean, the Leah's accusations of me benefit me, they do not benefit me in any way. If anything, they hurt me and the kids. I'm having to come to court again in the middle of a move. As much as I appreciate your representation, I'm having to pay you again in the midst of supporting 3 children while Leah does not pay child support for the first year.
I got it. This affidavit says a window was busted during the night to one of my vehicles.
Yes.
That's what Mrs. Valdez filled out. Have you busted any of the windows to any of her vehicles?
No, and she also accuses her mother of the same thing. So I don't know if, I'm not trying to be smart aleck or anything, but I don't think both of us were elbowing her window at the same time. But no, I did not bust any windows. She also says that apparently I was shooting guns in her backyard or something on that.
She said, I will do whatever it takes to take the children from you and you will never see them again. Have you told her that?
No, I have not.
She says that she fears for her life when home alone, as we know he is in possession of pictures he's taken of her vehicles, home, and business day and night. Is there a reason she should fear for her life because of any pictures?
No, I mean, again, I've never threatened Leah. I am honestly exhausted dealing with this. Leah also says that I told her it would be a year before we moved. I didn't say that. I said it could be up to a year because I have to find a job. Now, granted, my work and everything really fell into line really fast. At first, I thought maybe I was moving too soon. Now, with everything that's going on, I wish I would have moved faster. But I want the kids to thrive. That is my main goal. My children, before all this happened, were doing ballet and soccer and all those things. As a single parent of 3 children, I don't have the time to do all of that. And so I want to be around a support system that can have my children thrive. I want them to have a better childhood than I had, and I had a great childhood. But every parent wants their kids to have a great childhood, and that is my goal into moving to Texas.
All right. So she says too that he, meaning you, has extensive firearm training and is in possession of an AR-15 that has an illegal silencer modification for sniper rifling, and she fears walking out to her car.
Yeah, well, do you have
extensive firearm training?
Yeah, the extensive firearm training is the only thing in there that is true. I do a lot of training and do a lot of training at Oral Range. I do a lot of training with cops. I shoot USPSA pistol competitions. That being said, I do everything I do is legal. I don't have any criminal record. I've never had so much as a speeding ticket in my life. I do everything I own is registered. If it's an NFA item, I have a tax stamp for it. I don't have any illegal items.
You talked about competing with a lot of officers at one of the competitions.
I've done some training with officers over at Royal Range, and we did a red dot class once. It was me and like 18 police officers, and there was just a friendly competition at the end. Whoever won the little competition got a shirt from the range, and I beat the police officers. Not to say I could beat you guys, but I beat those guys.
And if that order of protection is granted, that would take away your right to have a firearm, correct?
I guess so. I mean, I don't know why Leah would want that. I'm moving to Texas. I want the ability to be able to, I don't have a criminal record. I want the ability to be able to protect my children if I need to.
Would that be a detriment to you if you couldn't have a firearm and be able to do some of the hobbies that you like to do and the things you like to do?
At this point, that's the only hobby I do. But more importantly, more than hobbies, the Second Amendment is important to me as an American citizen, but also as a father. I've never threatened Leah, never brandished a weapon or anything.
She says, we know he runs surveillance of my home at night. And do you deny or admit that?
I do not run surveillance at her house, no.
And quite frankly, the neighbor is the one that's been reaching out to you and giving you
Yes,
this
the only reason I
information.
called, the only reason I even knew to call the police on the 16th and the 17th is because the neighbor reached out to me.
And you didn't initiate that, did you?
She reached out to me. I did text her on the 16th and I just said, hey, I'm dropping the kids off. That's basically it. I mean, she did reach out to me again on the 16th and the 17th to let me know that his van was parked out front. Ultimately, I didn't even really need it though, because Leah willingly, owns up to, or said to me that she was defying the court order.
He also has followed us during the day to public places by evidence of pictures he's taken of our vehicles.
Have
you done that?
I don't even know what that's referring to. No, I don't follow them to public places. Again,
she talks about stalking the social media. Do you admit or deny you've ever stalked her social media?
No, I do not stalk her social media.
She goes on about the business here, about shutting down that brick and mortar business of Giggles and Glam. And we've already talked about that. You said that was something that she was in control of.
Yes, absolutely.
And the business did go defunct, and there wasn't a thing you could do about it, was there?
Yeah, no, I mean, Amanda Morell, I think, is on the Zoom ready to testify to that. Again, I would like to say that.
Well, hold on a second.
Yeah,
Let's
sorry,
finish
yeah,
this up.
sorry.
I'm going down her affidavit.
Yeah.
We heard gunshots on our property behind our back porch.
Mhm.
Have you ever been anywhere around her house and shot off a gun?
No, I have not.
Would you ever do that?
No, sir.
That's all I have.
Ms. Valdez, you're acting as your own attorney. Do you have any questions on the order of protection that you wish to ask this witness?
No, sir, I do not.
All right, thank you. Step down, sir. All right, we've concluded all of the evidence in the case, Mr. Hawley.
Judge, the only thing I have is if you have any question at all about the business being an issue, the franchise owner is here to describe how the business went.
Well, we're going to deal with the last thing first. I'm not going to extend this order of protection because I don't think that the proof has substantiated a grounds for showing that Mr. Valdez is the person who has created a situation where Mrs. Valdez is a victim of domestic abuse, which is required in an order of protection. However, to satisfy, and not satisfy, but to ensure that there's not any problems, what we will do is just put an order down that neither of these parties will stalk the other, neither of them will follow the other or have others do so on their behalf. And that way he can't have someone else follow you, spy on you, or do any such thing as that. And that will give you hopefully at least the satisfaction of knowing there is a court order down, and if it's violated, it will be dealt with. Second issue is about the order order which was issued, a restraining order that was issued, and court is very leery of issuing orders that on an ex parte, which means without a hearing, to suspend court order visitation. In this particular case, I would remind everyone involved that there was a hearing and there was testimony, even by Mr. Wilding, who testified before the court, and the court formed my own opinions about his character and veracity and whether or not he was a good influence or a bad influence on minor children. And for that reason, the court put an order down that he was to have no contact with the minor children. Then while that case has been pending, but I left, I think, if I recall correctly, an equal residential schedule with the children for both of them. While that case was pending, the parties went to mediation, and as a result of that mediation, for whatever reason, they agreed upon a final decree of divorce and a parenting plan that designated Mr. Valdez as the primary residential parent for the minor children and gave Mrs. Valdez visitation with the minor children on a period of 275 days with the father, 90 days with the mother. And it went on to say that the mother would have visitation, would have summer and holiday visitation and other visitations in Section J if the father relocates to Texas. Then it goes on to say, and I don't know who printed this off, but I started to tell them not to allow it to be filed because it's printed on on the back side of the pages. So as a result, the court then, or the parties agreed upon some holiday visitation and so forth. And if I recall correctly, I'm trying to find the day-to-day schedule if he didn't move. In any event, one of the reasons we don't print on both sides of a page.
I did the order and I sent it to Ms. Tees. I don't think she's familiar with the court's single page.
I was looking for it, and it's in section J on page 3, other, and it says the father is allowed to relocate to Texas with the party's minor children. 2, until such time as the father relocates to Texas, the mother shall have every other weekend from Friday at 6 to Sunday at 6. And on alternate week, the mother shall have Wednesday after school until Thursday morning, returning to school, and this shall terminate if the father relocates to Texas. Then paragraph 3, the mother shall not allow, shall not allow the minor children to have contact with Christopher Ryan Wilding, also known as Christopher Draper, the mother's paramour, and Mr. Wilden will not be present on the residence premises of the mother during her visitation with the minor children. Neither party shall consume alcohol in excess. The mother shall not consume any illegal drugs or herbs that might be considered to be illegal. Number 6, the mother shall have the right to file a petition with the court seeking the removal or modification of the restriction relating to Christopher Ryan Wilden's, also known as Christopher Draper's, contact with the minor children, subsequent to the expiration of 12 months from the entry of the final decree of divorce. In order for this restriction to be modified, the mother must prove a material change of circumstances, and the issue of Mr. Wilden's background shall not be res judicata. Well, as was pointed out, those were terms that were agreed to, for whatever reason, by Ms. Valdez. I didn't put those in there. She and Mr. Valdez put them in there. And so once I signed that final decree, which was signed by the court on February the 15th of 2023, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't even realize, I have stacks of orders that I'm presented with. I didn't make the connection between signing this final decree and that case, in this case. But in any event, I signed the final decree and it became a court order effective that day. Court orders are not orders that a person can decide they don't want to violate, that they want to violate, and simply because they don't want to do what the court order says. One thing that I will simply, this is not the order for the motion for contempt, but I'm concerned, Ms. Valdez, that you do not understand the gravity of your situation. You made a statement, and I wrote it down because it's going to come back to haunt you. You still don't regret violating the court's order. That is part of what will happen at the sentencing hearing. Mr. Hawley is going to replay that over and over again, because one of the factors that the court will have to decide as to how much time to give you and what punishment to impose is your attitude regarding whether or not you show any remorse over violating a court order. In addition to that, it also causes the court to question whether you ever intend to violate, whether you intend to comply with the court's orders in the future. So every time that you violated a court order, and I counted 3 or 4 times minimum, is 10 days in jail. There is a specific statute that allows for consecutive sentencing that in certain cases, one of those is where there's a violation of a domestic custody order. So you are facing jail time. And I heard your voice say on that no judge is going to put a mom in jail. You are wrong. I've put women in jail before. I've sentenced women to life in prison for a murder. It doesn't bother me. I mean, it does bother me. I don't like to do it. But when you come back for the sentencing in this case, you can expect you're going to go to jail for some period of time. And that may be 10 days, that may be 40 days, that may be 50 or 60 days. That depends on what the situation is and what your attitude has been then. But it was, in my opinion, a terrible, and I tried to give you, that's the thing I don't understand. I tried to give you the leeway to not implicate yourself with such testimony. I tried to allow you the leeway to say, I don't want to have to testify if I might implicate myself. But all you've done, I don't know if you think you're smart enough that you can talk your way out of it, or if you think the reasons you give are compelling enough, but they aren't, and you aren't. And as a result of that, you are now facing an extended period of jail time. And Mr. Wilpin may come to visit you in jail, I suppose, when that sentencing comes around. But it's pretty much a foregone conclusion now on this motion for contempt as to what the court's finding is going to be as to whether or not you willfully divide. That's the other thing. I have to find you in willful contempt. That means you willfully violated a court order. Well, you pretty well solved that issue for me too, because when this case comes back before me, you've already told me you willfully defied a court order and you don't regret doing it. So it is an unfortunate situation that you find yourself in. The hearing that I have today is only about the issue of a restraining order, and based on what I've found, that you have willfully violated a court's order that you agreed to, and that you are showing no indication of remorse or that you even think that was a bad decision on your part to violate that court order that number of times. I have no choice but to continue this order of restraining and suspending the visitation schedule that was previously imposed. She will have supervised visitation at such times and places as she and Mr. Valdez can agree. Other than that, her visitation is suspended pending the hearing on the motion for contempt. I would strongly urge you to get counsel to represent you, and I would strongly urge you to comply with everything that this court has put in an order before, because you are not free to deviate from a court order under any circumstances. So,
May I ask 2 questions, please, Your Honor? First, when is the...
You have 30 days from the date you were served to file an answer, so that hearing has not even been scheduled.
How do I file an answer?
You take the document that was filed called the motion or petition for contempt, and you go through it and you answer it in writing under oath, and you either admit or deny those allegations that are in there. And then you file that with the clerk and serve a copy of it on Mr. Holly.
And then how do I go about seeing if I qualify for that?
Well, you would need to fill out an affidavit of income and expenses, and I will then make a determination whether or not that you are qualified. So,
and where do I access that?
From the clerk's office, you can get it. You have one in your office?
Yes, sir.
All right. Clerk's and master's office can give you that. So.
And is that where I also file?
That's the same place you'll file your answer to the petition for contempt.
Okay.
She has supervised visitation, as Mr. Valdez can arrange. I assume Mr. Valdez will be liberal in that visitation, because I don't get the impression he's interested in denying her the opportunity to see the children. But, and I don't, let me say this. I almost stated something that was not even I've had a lot of smoke blown at me, but I don't really have to have anyone tell me that the officer, who is a very credible witness, was just imagining that she was smelling marijuana from another household. So you may want to think about getting a test before you come back for the contempt hearing as well, because that's also going to be something that likely will take place, is drug testing for both parties.
I'll address the court briefly. The supervisor.
Pardon?
The supervisor, is it something we can both agree to? I mean, if we both agree to a supervisor, Because if he goes to Texas, it'd have to be
If they
her
can agree on
mother.
a supervisor, then yes, that's what it is. That supervisor will need to be under the court's jurisdiction to enforce that Mr. Wilpin is not to have any contact with him and abide by the court's orders. So,
There wouldn't be any other way to do that except to bring him to court, or can we get an affidavit from that person be sufficient?
bring him in tomorrow. I've got to be here tomorrow. I got to be here Thursday for a jury trial on an existing arrest, I think is what it is. And Friday, I have motions in that quarter-century case regarding the constitutionality of that. So I'm here all week. So if you bring the person in or bring an affidavit that they are willing to serve as supervisor and will comply with the orders of the court, then that will be sufficient.
We will try to find some way that she can have some visits,
Well,
even if he's.
I want her to have an opportunity to see the children, regardless of how badly I think she's made decisions regarding these children in the past. They love their mother and they want to see her, and I think Mr. Valdez wants her to see the children. You know, if she's estranged from her mother, that would be the most obvious choice. And if she and her mother can resolve their problems so that her mother can serve as supervisor, that would be the most logical and obvious of all those choices.
That's what we're thinking, if the order of protection against your mother.
Y'all can talk about that and come up with whoever you want to supervise.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, we stand adjourned.
All rise. Court's adjourned.